Blech. Ugh. Ah. Ah. I didn't check my mic. Hold up. That's exactly what I forgot to do. Hold on. 1 second. Talk me. Ah. Talk me. Talk. Huh? Okay. I sound fine. Hello, everybody. I have the sniffles. Fall has set in. Like, officially. It's not hot anymore. Except for at nighttime. Because it loves to get hot when I try to go to sleep. Ugh. But I have the sniffles now. And it doesn't feel great. I don't even think I had them earlier. I think I just have it now because of my pets. Maybe I should go take allergy medicine. Too late now, though. And it sucks as today, because I have to do a lot of talking today. That's okay. I'll try my best. How's everybody doing? I can't talk. Because not only is my nose stuffy, right? But it just feels like there's something wrong with my nose. Something is there that's not supposed to be there, and it's just tickling me. Blech. Brr. Brr. But yeah. Today's kind of stressful. Not really. I woke up this morning thinking it'd be a normal day, and here I am alone in my house. Because here's the thing, usually my brother and my father are home, and the good thing about that is that I don't have to watch the dogs, right? Did this happen last stream? No, this happened yesterday, so I didn't have to worry about streaming. But yeah, before I started stream today, I got a text from my dad, and he's like, "Hey, me and your brother, we're going to the ER." And I'm like, "What? What happened?" And he's like, "We're taking your aunt." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And it's like a whole thing that I don't go into often, but like my brother is like my aunt's like caretaker, and the thing is like something she needs like a new liver, but she can't stop drinking because she's a weirdo. and now I think this has something to do with that. Strange. Yo, Zeph, what's up? Huh? Hold up, guys. I need to blow my nose. 1 second. This sucks. Hold up. Give me 1 second. The thing about having like a running nose or a stuffed nose, right, is that it's not that I don't get it often. I do get it, especially when it's like really cold. I get it, you know. But I it's like temporary. You know what I mean? It usually like I get it when I hop out the shower, and I'm just like, it's cold, and then you know, the body starts doing things, and I'm like, and then it gets not cold, and then I'm normal, right? That is gross. What I'm feeling right now. But that was okay. At least I'm not tired, thank God. I had a really weird dream yesterday. Or this morning. I was like on like a trip. I was like on a trip. and it was like this really like open, like almost like where you would have like vacation houses, you know, like or like West Side America. I don't know if there's like a stereotypical like West Side American image that you guys have, but it's like very to me, right? It's very like open houses, like each property is separated by like a like a brick fence or a brick wall. You know what I mean? And like there's a bunch of like palm trees. And then there's like one specific big bridge, right? My dream, from what I remember, it started at the bridge, and I'm like, "Well, guys, it's time to split." And I was with these like this like group of four. It was like random dudes. I don't know who they were. And I was like, "Hey, yeah, we gotta split. So I'll see you guys later, right?" And then they're like, "Yeah, well, I'll see you guys. I'll see you later." What ended up happening was like they started walking away, and then we were on the bridge, right? And imagine it's like the Golden Gate Bridge. Let's use the Golden Gate Bridge as like an example. So you know how the Golden Gate Bridge, right? It has those. Well, every bridge has these, but it has like the. It has the really tall pieces at like each end of the Golden Gate Bridge. Like it goes up, and then they're connected to like by these like long like pipes, or like I don't know what they are. I think they're like wires. These long wires. Yeah, so they started like climbing those wires, right? And I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" And it's like, "Oh, we live up there." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then they just kept climbing. And I'm like, "Guys, this is scary." And then they're like, "No, it's fine." And they just kept climbing, and I'm just like, "Nope. I'm going to stay out here. You guys are good." And they just kept climbing. One of them almost fell off, and they were like, "Whoa." And it's like, "Oh, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm good." It was this whole thing. And I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm going to get out of here." And then it left. And then it cut. It like quick cut to like another scene where I'm like at a house. And now I'm at like a house with like a palm tree and like the brick walls and the and it's a very open, like they have a patio, right? In a backyard, and there's like a pool, and I'm like, hey, hello. And it's like a place I've never been. And even in the dream I've never been there, because I was very awkward. And I was there with like my coworkers. It was like my coworker's place, but it was like my coworker's place that he invited us to. But his parents also lived there, so like I had to introduce myself to them, and it was like, "Oh, hello, hi." And they're like, "Hase," you know, like, "Oh, you know me?" And like, "Yeah, I would know you." And I'm like, "Uh-huh, cool." And then we went to a pool outside, and we just saw people swimming, and I'm like, "Cool." And then I started talking to my coworker who lived at the place. And they're like, "Oh, you're actually here." And I'm like, "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" And I'm like, we traveled all the way here. Why wouldn't I need a place to stay, you know? And then it ended. And then that's where I woke up. It wasn't one of those weird dreams that I have. I usually have very, like, not scary, but, like, very, like, vivid dreams of certain things. But not this time. This one just jumped all over the place. It was so weird. And it honestly might be the first time I had like a quote unquote normal dream. Here's the thing: when I have dreams, they're usually nightmares. And right, and when something is a nightmare, it's a nightmare. It'll always stay as a nightmare, right? It'll just sit there, and you'll be like, "Ah, I'm being chased," or "I'm falling," or something like that, right? But when I have a dream, right, it'll start out as like a normal dream, right? It'll just be like fantasizing or like making stuff up, images in my mind, right? But it usually then transitions into it's a nightmare. This is a nightmare. How did this go to shit? You know what I mean? This sucks. my nose is really getting to me. It seriously is. Hopefully it'll go away by the hour. Oh gosh. But yeah, my dreams usually go into nightmares. It's just this one just didn't. Or maybe I just woke up before I gave it the chance. Because I did wake up pretty early today. Well, I woke up at my normal time, I think. I woke up at like 8-ish in the morning. And I was like, cool. I had good enough sleep. I'm awake now. And then I moved on with my day. And then everything today has just been normal, except for the ER thing. I am slightly concerned about what's happening at the ER. But at the same time, not really. It does make me worry. Cause ER, right, that's the bad place. Not the bad place. That's the place where bad things might happen. Well, that's the bad. The ER is the place where you go if bad things happen. That's the statement. And I have to assume that something bad happened, and I'm curious. But that curiosity, is it coming from concern? Does that make sense? Like I'm wondering what's happening, but I'm more like I just want to know more than I'm worried about my aunt, which sounds fucked up, but you know how it be sometimes. Actually, you don't. You don't know how it be sometimes. Sorry. Just me and family stuff. I'll always not dwell. Dwell isn't the right word, but I'll always just like, that's how it is. I'm gonna open this now just in case. I don't know if I did that last stream, but hopefully this will make my congestion go away. Cause goddamn, it's starting just to be annoying. It really is. But yeah, other than that, my day yesterday, I guess we could talk about yesterday. Yesterday was the day of miracles, I would say. Not a lot of things happened, but like it was like a combination of different things. Right? Let's talk about the thing that stressed me out the most yesterday, which was me making a phone call. I had to do some adulting, and I had to talk to people like a receptionist. And I had to talk to this guy because I said this on Tuesday, right? But I had to reschedule like an appointment that I had made, right? Because my father gave a car to my sister and my brother-in-law because they needed it. And I'm like, that's fine. Just like, why didn't you tell them or ask me about like, we're going to need it on the day I got to go, like we're going to need it the day before or something. And they're like, oh yeah, sure. And they didn't say that. They never said that. My dad never brought it up to them. So now it was on me to be like, okay, you need to reschedule. And I'm like, why? But yeah, so I made that call yesterday. Yesterday I made that call. Realization number 1. Girls. I thought I was the most nonchalant person when it came to gender. Like I always thought I was like male, female, anywhere in between. I don't want to talk to anybody, right? And here's the thing, every time I had called them, right? I'd called like a doctor place or anywhere, it had always been a woman, right? And I was like, okay, yeah, hi, yes, please. But this time, it was a man. It was like, hello, this is Romeo speaking. And I'm like, dude, I had never felt more calm in a conversation ever. In any of the fucking like calls I had to make. ever, I had felt the most at peace and being like, yeah, I just need like, I need to reschedule an appointment. And he was like, sure, let me just search it up for you. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And I was just like, wow, I just gotta say what I gotta say. I never felt more at peace. Which sucks. This fucking sucks. I really thought for my whole life, and for or at least a majority of it, right, that I did not care. I did not care about what was being presented in front of me in terms of gender. You know what I mean? Like I like people. I like preach this, don't I? I like people are people, right? It doesn't matter if they're male, female, as long as you're a good person, right? Well, that doesn't apply here, right? But you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter, you know? But god damn it. I was really... I was happy in the moment because I was like, this call's gonna be so easy. But I was also like, fuck! Oh, I'm sexist. It sucks. I guess it just kind of shows, like, the friends that I had growing up and the friends that I have now, and the fact that most of them were dudes. And to be frank, a lot of the friends that I had that were female, right? Not great people. as is most of the people around me, especially growing up, they just weren't cool. You know what I mean? My generation, it was really hard to be friends with people, period, right? But the people that I usually did get along with were guys, and they were like nerds. And I'm like, cool. And then, but like, whenever it came to growing up in school and like being friends with, I don't even know if being friends is the right term, or like being acquainted with like girls and like being classmates and having to like, I mean, I had friends that were girls growing up and they were cool, but like there are some that stand out. Specifically in my high school like friend group, the girls in that group were really, they were a lot. They were messy, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I just can't help, I guess. My brain just like associates them with every time I have to talk to someone who's feminine presenting, I should say. It sucks. It fucking sucks. I hate it. And it's also just because I haven't made, well, I don't make friends. I feel like if I had friends, period, this would help a lot, but but I don't want to. I get nervous with everybody now. But making that phone call made me realize I was like, how do I do this? But yeah, that was realization number 1. Realization number 2 was for the actual reason why I made that phone call, which was the rescheduling. They were like, okay, so our next our next earliest date for an appointment is December 3rd, 8 a.m. And I'm like, no, is it possible if you could find a time that had the time frame between like 11 and 12 p.m. 11 a.m. 12 p.m. And they're like, no, but if you would like us to look for like another like place for you to go check. And then I was like, no, it's fine. Because here's the thing. When we checked in initially to make the initial appointment, right? I was signing up the chart. I was giving them all the information, and then it actually came down to like, hey, so we want we now we got to make the appointment and we got to set up where it is, right? And I'm like, okay, cool, right? And I was just like, initially, right? We were like, yeah, just anywhere, just the earliest, the earliest appointment at the nearest location is that's the best for us, probably, right? And they were like, okay, good. And then they gave us the address, and then we were like, cool, all right. And then she's like, will that be all? And I'm like, yep, that's all. And then we hang up, and then I immediately go and check where the place is, right? I search up the place. I'm like, okay. Okay, this is where it is on Google Maps. And Google Maps, they tell you it's like, this is a 10-minute drive, 15-minute drive, right? Depending on like if you're walking or driving, they have like different modes for that. This place was like an hour drive away. And let me reiterate this. It was the closest available, or it was the closest institution to where I lived. And I'm like, holy shit, it's an hour drive? We're gonna be spending 2 hours driving from and to? It was the closest place. And I was just like, and here's the thing, right? It's at 8 a.m. So I have to wake up at like 6 to even get ready. And then like we have to leave by like 6:50, 7, just like in case there's traffic. That's the time I had to wake up to go to school. Actually, no, I woke up a bit earlier than that. I woke up at like 5:30 in the morning to go to school every day. But I was like, that's early. And you know what? It's fine. And my dad was also pretty like, oof about it too. It's really early, right? And it's just like, fine, whatever, cool. We'll go. But now that this is an issue, right, it becomes like a... It becomes like a... You know... We tried to find like an 11 a.m., 12 p.m. time slot because my mother has to go to work at 9. He'll come back and then we'll drive over and then we'll be like super early or something, right? But no, it's just not possible. But yeah, anyways, I don't know if I said this, but yeah, the closest earliest date was like December 3rd or something at 8, and I was like, yeah, is there another place? And they were like, no. Or is there another time, like, around this time frame? They were like, no, but we could find you another place. And I'm like, no. No, 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 no. We're not going any further because this is the closest place. And if we have to drive farther than, like, 2 hours or, like, an hour and a half, I'm not going. You know what I mean? That's too much. So I was like, no, 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 no. It's okay. I'll just keep the appointment that we have right now, and then I have to discuss it with someone, right? And that someone being my dad. And they were like, okay, well, they'll be out today. And I'm like, yep. And I hung up, right? And then I immediately called my dad, and I'm like, yo, it's not happening. I can't change it, right? I can't change it. It's over. It's so over. I didn't say that to him, right? But I'm just like, it's not happening. You gotta find something out. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, cool. And I hung up. And then I'm just like, dude, if you could have just... The thing is, this, in my mind, right, this all could have been avoided if you had just told my brother-in-law, because he's the one I assume using the car, right? If you had just told my brother-in-law that we were gonna need the car on that day specifically, you know what I mean? He was like, just like, we're gonna need it here, but you could still use it. Just give it back to us for like a day or two, and then right after that, it'll be all good, right? Just like, tell him that. Just like say that to him, right? Because it's much easier to change something with someone that you know rather than something in the system that we know nothing about, right? It was, and also by asking me to reschedule, you're troubling me because I have to make another phone call. And I sat on my bed in front of all the information that I needed for an hour the last time I had to do that. You remember that? I never told him about that, but that's what was going through my mind. I was just like, you have to make something with those two. Like I cannot. There's nothing I could do on my end. I don't think you or me want to drive any further than an hour, and we're gonna have to find something out. Period. Right? But yeah, for me that was a stress relief because I didn't have to do anything else. Now it's all my dad. And I'll be frank, and I've been thinking about this a lot. The thing that we're going to this specific place for, because I haven't really shared why we're going to this place in particular. The reason why we're going there, it seems like he cares more about it than me. Even though it's a thing on my body. that we're going there for. Like I don't the thing, I don't know how. Well, I can go. I don't know how far I want to go here into this, but like, it's an issue I've been dealing with for like a long time, even before streaming, even before I started streaming, and like I was just like, I mean, if it happens, dude. You know, or if I say that like I'm gonna die, but like it's if it's there, it's there. You know, like if. I at least there are other things that I want to sort out first before I, you know, before we sort this out. But my dad was just like, no, we're checking it, and I'm like, okay, fine. And here we are, now stressing about it, and I'm just like, it's not worth it. In my mind, it's not worth it anymore. It isn't. But if he finds a way where it doesn't trouble me anymore, don't make me make another phone call. For God's sake, don't make me make another phone call. If you do, I'm going to be very pissed. I can't handle another one. Okay. But yeah. That was one thing that happened yesterday. Overall, it was a relief. It could bring more stress in my life, but you know, at that point, it's not worth it. And the other thing that happened yesterday, yesterday, as well, I was so on Tuesday I was talking about this, but excuse me. God, that was gross. But yeah, on Tuesday I was talking about this. How I had missed out on like a sale on not a sale, but like buying a computer part for my laptop just to make the computer better. I missed out on buying a computer part because of the increase of prices on RAM because of the tariffs here in America, right? And I was really upset about that on Tuesday. Cut to Wednesday, right? I'm still like kind of coping, and I'm like, gosh, or was it Wednesday or was it? I think it was Tuesday night that this happened. Yeah, cut to Tuesday night where I'm like, I really didn't get this. It's really upsetting, right? And I'm like, let me just check one more time. I check the website and I check like the listings for prices, and I'm like, is it still here? I open the what is it called? I open the Amazon page and I'm like, oh my god, it's not gonna be here anymore. And on the listing, there's a new price. There's a new price on the Amazon site, and it's like it's $75. Just to preface, the one before was like $69, $69.90 or something like that. And I was like, whoa, because here's the thing. The $69 one was the cheapest one. That was the cheapest. That was the cheapest price that was on Amazon for the longest time, and that was the one that got sold out right before I could buy it, right? And then after, I checked after it sold out, and it said that there were no more featured listings, and the other listings that were on Amazon that you could check out, they were like priced at like $90 each. $20 to $30 more than what the base price was, which is fucking crazy, right? So I'm like, oh, God, it's not worth it, right? But after I checked it, at some point, this other like shipment place or like warehouse, excuse me, Jesus, sorry, this other shipment place, they had put up their listings for $75 per like stick of RAM, and I'm like, huh? And I'm like, yo, it's $6 more, but like, what better price am I gonna get? You know? So I was like, open up my wallet. Here, I threw my money. I basically threw my money at my dad, who I assume gave it to my mother, right? And I was just like, buy it, and I bought it. I was the second to last of their stock. I was the second to last of their stock. And if I check right now, actually, I assume that they're all sold out. Give me 1 second. I hope I don't check this and there's like a... Yep. All sold out. It's gone. And the listings now are crazy. You have to fucking, like... $90, $100, $120 with a shipment time of like a month. That you like, you know what I mean? Like $75 is a fucking steal. It's a fucking steal. And out, you know? All the 32 sticks are out too. Wow. All the 32 sticks are out. All the 16 by 16 gigs times 2 sticks are out. And I assume all these are out too. Oh no, they're not. They're just freaking expensive. $350 for 64 gigs of RAM on a computer? What kind of powerhouse computer are you running? I assume you have just like the latest like Alienware. But even at that point, why not just upgrade it through Alienware? Unless it's like, if you do it yourself, it's cheaper, right? I wonder what the prices for Alienware laptops are. Because I have an Alienware laptop right now. And this thing has been running with me for 6 years. I was talking about that to my cousin, and she was like, "Yeah, Hase, just like, how long have you had your thing?" And I'm like, "Oh, like 6 years at this point. There's something around that, something around that number, 6 or 7 years." I think I got this around 2018, 2019, right? And I've treated that thing like my baby, I told her. And she was like, "Really? Wow, 6 years?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Like, and she's like, "You don't want to get a new one?" And I'm like, "Dog, it's like not in the budget." You know what I mean? Like, it's not, it's not happening. But yeah, I told her that. And she's like, "Wow." And I'm like, it made me think. It made me think about how modern consumers are. You know what I mean? Like, because I hear about my family and how they spend their money and how often that they're getting new things, and I'm just like, wow, really? And to be fair, it might just be the fact that I'm not making any money currently, right? But it's just like I ran with all of my stuff for basically like until like they died. You know what I mean? Like like before the monitor that I have now, right? I had I had like a just an $100 TV, smart TV from Best Buy that I bought for $100, right? And before that, I had another TV that was like 10 years old, I would say. I had that TV since I was in like elementary or middle school that I was using, but it like died on me for some reason. It just like didn't display. I'm pretty sure it got power, but it just didn't display. And I was just like, damn. So then I got the monitor before the monitor I have right now for like 100 something bucks. And then I got this monitor, which was an actual like computer monitor for like 70 bucks. And it's smaller. That was like the biggest thing about me buying this new monitor is that it's smaller. The TV is too big. The smart TV was too big for me because I'm on like a small tiny desk. I don't know how big it is realistically. How long is this? This is a foot? Like a 2.5 foot by 1.5 foot like desk. It's too big. Like, and I'm sitting too close to the desk, and I'm having to like turn my head left and right in order to see the whole thing. And like for some games, and for some of the things that I did naturally, right, it was just too much. And I was just like, no, I can't live like this anymore. And then when I went to a Micro Center, there was like these monitors just like sitting there for 70 bucks, and I was just like, you know what, take it, buy it. And that's where my whole there was a situation when I bought that monitor where it was like at Micro Center, I don't know why it's like this. At Micro Center, you have to what is it? You have to like sign up for their membership program whenever you walk up to them, right? And whenever I buy things, people who have been here know this about me. Whenever I buy things, I usually like ask I either ask boy or my brother to like go up and buy it for me, right? Either or. But my brother, he went up by himself for some reason, even though I thought we were doing our usual thing, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I was like, shit. So then I was next up in line. There was people directing me towards like there was people directing the customers to like different checkout spots. And then they were like, okay, you over here. And I'm like, okay. And then I was like, okay. I went up, they scanned my thing, and they were like, could you tell me your email? And I'm like, uh-oh. And then I told them my email, my very embarrassing email. And this is the reason why it was so fucked up. I signed because I've had my email address since I was in first grade. And in first grade me was a dumb idiot. First grade me was dumb. He was dumb. He was so... I can't believe you would say this to him. I can't believe you kept this email. You should have just made another one, right? Kind of thing. But I told her that email, and she was like... and she smirked at me and as soon as I said it, I'm like, stop. And then boy looked at me because he was next to me, and I was like, stop. And she was like, I was like, this is embarrassing, please. And then she was like, no, I think it's cute. And I'm just like, shut up. You shut your mouth. Really, I did. And I was just like, ugh. And it's like, will that be all? And I'm like, yes. And then I left. Thank God. Obviously, I can't say what the email is without doxing, right? But what a nightmare. That was such a nightmare situation for me. And it was a lady. I thought micro centers were all were all like the like computer guy geeks went to work if they did have like, you know what I mean? Like that's the computer geek place for the dudes. Sorry to like gender it, right? But it just didn't it broke an expectation in me. And I've learned my lesson. Ha! Seriously, I don't know what it is. Every interaction that I have with anyone ever just makes me not want to talk to anybody more. Also, I've been staring at like the Alienware website for their laptops, and I do want to check out. I want to check out what the specs on some of these are, because I think their latest and their most highest end computer as of right now is the Alienware 18 Area 51. Area 51? That's what they're calling it now? I guess like if it's... I guess if it's... Yeah. No, it makes sense. Oh, it's... Oh, okay. The 18 and the 16 are just size differences. I would honestly prefer it to be smaller. But also because I would just use it like a computer. Things like these. Oh yeah, can I look at these? The ports and the slots, please. So there's an Ethernet cable. There is a... How many? So there's two USB Type A's, and then there's a third one with power share. I don't know what that means. There's two lightning bolt adapters. There's one HDMI, and then there's the power. Okay, and there's an SD card, and then there's a headphone jack. Oh, okay. Seems pretty standard. I have those, except for the. Do I have three? I do have three actually. I have three USBs. I have one lightning bolt, Thunderbolt. I keep saying lightning bolt, Thunderbolt, outlet, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what they are, what they're for, actually. Yeah, and then the Ethernet's the same. SD card. Do people still use SD cards? Is that like a thing that people like? Let's see. I want to look at this. I want to look at the specs for this. Intel Core Ultra 9 2275HX 24 cores. Do I know what that means? No. NVIDIA. Oh, the graphics card goes up for each thing. NVIDIA GeForce 5070 Ti. And then it goes up to 5080. And then it goes to 5090. Is it that much of a difference? What's the difference between... What's the difference between these two? There's two prices. There's one for $2,850, and then there's one for $3,000. It's an $150 difference, but what's the difference? I don't know. Oh, well, the graphics card, right? But is that it? I think that's it. And then there's one that's for $3,700, which is a crazy amount. It's wild. I guess, does the graphics card really change it that much? It also changes the storage, right? I don't know what... Because it goes from a 2 terabyte SSD, which every computer should have, realistically. A 2 terabyte... Yeah, it goes from a 2 terabyte SSD to a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 5 PCIe NVMe SSD. I am... You can tell how literate I am. Seriously, I don't know. I mean, the graphics card, right? The new gen stuff, you know, you always want it. Also, just because the newest stuff will last the longest, right? At any point. You know what I mean? Because there will be a point where, like, the newest stuff will become the oldest stuff. But it'll become the oldest stuff the last, right? Dell Technologies recommend Windows 11 Pro for business. You think I'm doing business on my Alienware? Well, I am. You want the Core 9? Okay, you don't need this. Oh, you want this. Look at this graphics card. NVIDIA 5090 24GB GDDR7. Hell yeah, you want 64 RAM? Yeah, yes please. Storage 12 terabytes? Wow, that jumped it up by a fuck ton. It went from 4,000 to what? 5,600? That's crazy. Is that really like in $1,600 like upgrade? I guess so. This doesn't change at all. I don't know what this means. There's a display difference. Sorry, excuse me. How much is this? $150 for some Cherry MX low pro mechanical keyboard with pre-keys. Even though, realistically, if I did buy this, I wouldn't even use the keyboard attached to the computer like I already do. I use a separate keyboard. And this, you can get all this for $5,650. Am I right? Look at that. Just like that. It sounds like a cop-out to me. Seriously. Expensive. In this economy, almost $6,000. And they have the fucking balls to say, like, the estimated price for this is $6,300, but you say $650. Wow. And I'm like, no. You won't get me with this. And Japanese isn't on here. This is so sad. There's an operating system language pack. It's English, French, Spanish, and Brazilian Portuguese. It's so sad. Also, you could get services. You can pay for a very long time warranty. Migrate or erase files and settings from an old PC to a new PC. 6 months unlimited use. No. Everything on this PC will be new, and then I'll use my other laptop to, like, do other things, right? That's the dream, isn't it? I would want to keep this, like, if I ever did buy a new computer, which is, like, a fucking, like, miracle. Like, gosh. If I ever did, right? I would want to buy a new PC, but then have that only be for streaming, right? Or have that only be for, like, work stuff. I would. And this laptop is only for streaming or for work, right? And to be fair, if I did have the choice, if I didn't have a care in the world for anything else, I would love this for my current setup. Laptop, that's the word I'm looking for, Jesus. My current laptop to be for, like, work stuff, but since I've already streamed on it, you know, how much of here is has been migrated on here, you know? And how will I be able to make that switch easily enough? Well, let's look at these. Gosh. I remember when I first got the laptop and my parents had bought it for me, right? And they tried to, like, buy, like, Microsoft, like, Office for me. And I was like, I don't need this. Google does everything for free. We don't need this. The antivirus, all that. And then there are a bunch of accessories. Damn. Monitors are going for thousands of, like, $1,000 now? It's crazy. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, more than an actual, like, laptop, more than a laptop, I just want a PC. I would want a PC. I don't know. I feel like I'm one of those peeps where I'm like, I've been here for too long. I've been a laptop boy for too long. Where I just stay here now. I don't know. And would I even want to build my own? Not really. I'm scared of that stuff. Building PCs. It's like it's an expensive hobby. Expensive hobbies scare me. Because you know what I mean? Like, especially PC building where something could just go wrong. You know what I mean? Oh, you know. Oh. Go to a micro center and they build it for me. That's probably what the play is. But you're going to have to pay the service fee, which probably would be worth it, but... Oh. I'm too dumb for that. But also, I have an ego. I have an ego where I'm gonna be like, I gotta make it. I know I can make it. My ego would show. Unfortunately. I don't wanna stop. Don't me Finn. Okay, is there anything else that I want to talk about? We do only have 5 minutes left. And my runny nose has basically gone away. Thank God. All it took was some talking and some time. Why do I have so many of these open? What's happening? Sorry, I looked at my Google Chrome tabs and I was like, there's so many of them. Because Windows 11 does this thing now where it's like, this is your group. This is your group of windows that you have open on one screen because you know, I don't know why they do it, but they're like, it's convenient for you, and I'm like, sure is. And then I had a random like empty window open because whenever you open Google Chrome after you shut down, or after you open it, after turning it on after you shut down, and you have like tabs that you want to open back up, it keeps that initial one open for some reason. I didn't close that one. And then there was another one. There was the two main windows that I have for like most of my tabs. I've had this system for a very long time, and I don't know if it's normal. I've always had two separate windows for two separate things. So one window, Google Chrome window, is like my general like stuff. Is like you know, if I'm playing a game, I'll keep my games on there, my game info on there. If I have like something that I want to look at, or like auditions, I'll look at that. If there's a post that I'm interested in and I want to keep it in mind, I'll keep it there. And like all my YouTube stuff too. If like for example, the stream info, I have that open. So I have that, and then I have another window for lyrics. Like just a bunch of like song lyrics that I like. I like this song. I'm gonna sing this at some point. I'm gonna keep this in the rotation of what I sing like normally, right? I keep all that stuff over there. To be frank, they do merge sometimes. I have lyrics open on my generalist tab, and then I have other things open on my lyric tab, and it's just, you know, it becomes a mess. But yeah, so I had those two, and then I had another window for chat, for the stream chat, because that's how you have to get the URL for the stream chat in order to make it look on stream. And then I just had another random window open that had like a YouTube video on it. And I'm like, no, you're done. What the fuck is happening? Okay. Well, since we're coming up on our talking time, there's nothing else for me to talk about. I'm gonna start opening the game now. I'm also kind of tempted to like go downstairs and check on my dogs real quick. Just like real quick because I want to make sure that they don't pee or poop in the house anywhere. That would be like that's nightmare fuel for me. Also, it's gross. So, I might just go do that. So, turn this off. We're gonna go, yeah. This screen, turn music off. Turn this on. Pop up. There you go. You guys can sit here with the music for a little bit as I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go check up on my dogs real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. You know, I always get nervous whenever I have to leave stream. Like, for an extended amount of time. Because... who knows what's gonna happen. But, it's all good. So, yes. If they pee or poop in the house now, it is not my problem. Or it is my problem. But, don't say I didn't try. I sat with them out there for 5 minutes in the cold. It's really cold. And I was just... Hold up, give me 1 second. That hurts. That hurts. I was reading, because a Niji Sanji person graduated today? Very recently. I'm pretty sure today, my time. And it was... and I was reading it, and she was like... Because here's the thing when it comes to graduations, especially from corpos, they come back, right? They come back as like some other figure, or like they still exist on the internet somewhere, or like as like some kind of face, you know what I mean? And they still maintain some kind of like following. The most recent person, to my understanding, from what I very briefly skimmed, she was like, "Nah, I'm not coming back. Standing in front of people and like being the face. It's not well. I don't think she said she hated it. She said she really liked it, but it's never gonna happen again. And you know, like that makes it. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm the only one that thinks like not like the feelings of graduations is kind of like dulled down, especially since graduations have become so not apparent, but like consistent and like more common. That's the right word, right? I remember the first quote unquote graduation when that happened. Just not even in corpos, but like in the space in general, how like sad everybody was. And now we treat graduations like it's like a normal Saturday. Yeah. But just to hear like, and to be fair, that feeling has definitely died down because of the whole like, they keep coming back. The thing about just hearing like I'm not coming back, it's just so like, it fucking hits, man. You know, like that's it. You're never gonna see me again. My time as insert this person here that's it. That's sad. I think ideas like that really get to me. Even if I didn't watch this person, like even as like someone who follows JP more than Ian a lot of the time, right? I didn't know this or watch this person that much, but if it definitely like it hurts. It hit. Yeah. But yeah. I would definitely pull that move at some point. That's a move I would pull. I'm never coming back. Being the face was never really my thing. I have other dreams that I want to pursue. That's what it feels like. And being on the stage isn't one of them. No more live streaming, no more music, nothing. I'm gonna settle down in and start a bakery. That's cute. That'd be cute. A cafe or a baker are kind of like one of those two like dream jobs, right? Or not dream jobs, but like they're like the most like not even chill. Like owning like a local, like owning the only like bakery near you in like a small but like close knit community town. That's a dream. Not for me, but like, you know, that's a dream. I could imagine myself living in that. It's very shoujo. Very shoujo. That sounds fun. That sounds chill. Very shoujo anime. So, anyways, last time we played Ace Attorney, we dealt with a dumb testimony. I'm pretty sure that's what we meant. Well, to me it was a dumb testimony, but it was one of those like this one word is off, right? Kind of testimonies. And it didn't feel good, but I understood why it happened. So that's that. And now we're talking to this guy about another thing that he fucked up in his testimony. Which was, what is it? Oh. Yes. We presented a thing that proved another thing. And we had to point at the thing in order to present the thing. And that's where we are. As I always say, if you haven't watched the other streams, go watch them. If you're here just to vibe out and you don't care about the game, that's okay too. Just understand that this isn't a stream where I talk that much outside of at the beginning of the stream. Yeah? Cool, yo? Just let me check some things real quick before we get started. Yep. Alright. Gotta check something real quick. Give me 1 second. Cool. Alright, I think we're good. Sorry. Also, it looks like my computer is lagging. Something's happening with it. I don't know what. But yeah. Hopefully this won't be happening when I get my new RAM. I'm mega excited for that when it comes in. It says it's gonna come in on the 6th, or not the 6th, not today. It's gonna come in from the 10th to the 13th, which is actually very soon. So can't wait for that. Actually, I'm gonna check it right now, because the last time I checked it, I saw it was shipped. And I'm pretty sure the shipping is what's gonna take the longest time, so just give me 1 second while I check this. Also, I'm wondering if I should be so close to my... Should I talk like this? Or should I talk like back here? I'm realizing that my mic is pretty, like, the way I have it, like, with all its plugins and settings, it's very sensitive. Like, I set it up so, like, I don't clip often, right? Like, I have a compressor. Like, I have a couple compressors, I'm pretty sure, just, like, bashing down on the thing. On my audio, but, yeah, the shipping's gonna take the longest. Yeah, it's still shipped. Okay. I can't wait. I'm so excited. But, yes. Let's just get started with the game, no? No more stalling. Just gotta remember some voices. And we'll jump right into it. Just give me 1 second. Mr. Drebber! What was your voice? I forget. I forget what his voice is. You don't understand. Something like that. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception? That was your voice. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asman to life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that can only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grr. Whoa. Scary. You know, I'd be scared of him if I was a kid. Cosmo. Huh. Huh. My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertion. If my learned friend has reached the end of my wild conclusion. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Huh? Sorry. I can't get the Von Zeeks out right. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Any relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe the members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. But nonsense with a crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigations team's report is unequivocal to that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is the distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Of course not. You're the defense attorney. But we're in Phoenix Rightland, so... I have here a contract provided by the witness. What is this contract, Lord Von Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with his victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants and other income. 30%? What was your voice? I can't remember the judge's voice. 30%? Certainly very favorable for the contractual conditions. But there was one very important provisional bolted onto that clause. Was that your voice? Don't remember. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would be null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. A diametric opposite, in fact. Interesting. I'm trying to think. What if it's Enoch Drebber that's dead? No, it has to be Osman, right? We know he's because the forensics team or whatever. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a motive or reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggested is nil. My back! Yeah. Quit twitching. Look at him. It seems the defense's assertion is somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Lord Von Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Yeah, can I look at it? Why are you only submitting this now? I want to see it. The contract between Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber, detailing on the terms by which they would profit from the kinesis machine. It's true. Is it? The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into the contract of the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund the labor and materials of the construction for the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to retrieve 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold on the conditions. This right on the condition that both contacting parties are alive. We dodo, yo, what's up, sirs? Yeah, it would only benefit Odie Asman to... It would only benefit Odie Asman to... For this contract to be void, no? Because if Odie Asman were to kill Enoch Drebber, then he would just keep all the money for himself, right? Instead of Drebber getting a portion of getting a portion, and they're not even splitting it. It just seems like, yeah, Drebber just gets 30%. They're not even splitting it. It's not 50-50, it's 70-30. And then it becomes a question of like what... Yeah, this case is setting up itself to be like Odie Asman is still alive to an extent or some reason. Enoch Drebber is probably the one that's dead, or Odie tried to do something with Drebber and Drebber retaliate? Probably. That's what it's setting itself up to be. Yo. Put that on the record. Hase predicts Phoenix Wright crimes perfectly. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Sato, I knew you loved me. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt that there are other aspects to your assertion that are undeniable truths too. He keeps doing the ... exclamation point. And the thing is, in anime and dubbing, that's always like Susanoo. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Good. Well, I must say I am a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Objection! No, you're wrong. You are the culprit. I just haven't proven it yet. Stop. Well, cool. He does have a cool design. I'd be scared of him. I'd mainly be scared of him because of when he smiles. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, and yet now we know that there must have been 2. In other words, there is more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. I would be scared of this, too. Look at how angry he looks. What are you saying? Do you want me to use my robo hand on you? Robo hand can do more than just twist monocle. Scary. If no circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. I was just gonna say he's gonna kill him, but you know. Are you threatening me with a good time, witness? No. Hey, my hands are up on this one, Sir Says. Though my arm does have a vibration feature. Now my hands are full on deck. Someone else, Counselor, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. Wow. An accomplice now. Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only the witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. I'm gonna do that every time he does it. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Fuck. Shit. I wasn't prepared for that. I just got my license back. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of the involvement in this matter? Yeah, does he have a twin? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Mr. Drebber has an accomplice, or if he even is really the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer! What's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Did he? Did he have an accomplice? I'm pretty sure he did, but I don't... I don't know. Is there something different about... Is there something different about the Drebber in this picture and the Drebber in... The Drebber in front of us? I don't know. Diddy Kong. Is there? You're not Drebber. He doesn't look different. He does look the same. His Johnny. It was just a bad angle. He has like the Waluigi chin. It like points forward. Do I back? I just can't think of it. I can't. This, ever since we've gotten into the second part of the trial, I just haven't been able to keep up really. S- I do think it has... Wait. Does it have something to do with this? It might. Just yeah, just take it with the with your flash on. I know the accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel, I hope you're not fucking just... I hope you're not just pulling this out of your ass. Yes, my lord? I'm totally pulling this out of my ass. You received a stark warning already. If you already nevertheless determined, I must ask you to identify the alleged culprits by name. By name? So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? It was the coroner. She has nothing to do with the case, right? There's literally no reason for me to suspect her. Because here's the thing, right? Main character, victim, defendant, main character, suspect. I'm assuming you're gonna be a main character, right? And then you're the guy we're accusing. I literally... But it doesn't make sense. Wait, well, hold up. What did he say? Yet to the coroner's report, that's not possible. Right? But that inconsistency itself is a clue. According to the coroner...
Take that!
Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you surely would say you don't know. He's the victim. Shit, I fucked up. Oh, yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim this felonious involvement? Fuck. Fuck. I'm sure you simply slipped up and pointed to the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. I mean, that was like... You know, that was guess number one. Oh, is there? Yeah, give me a second then. We about to name that accomplice. Oh. Is it two? No, two spells doesn't make any sense. She has no involvement in this case. Other than her thing getting kidnapped, right? But she's like my third guess. My first guess was Odie because he's the only one where the contract would make sense if he did something, right? My second guess would just be Enoch Drebber because I think Enoch Drebber has like a twin or something. My third guess would be Two Spells because Two Spells has the wax, right? And wax don't leave no fingerprint. But that also don't make no sense, right? Because she would have had to give the... She would have to given the thing to him purposefully instead of it being kidnapped. She wouldn't have gone Sherlock Holmes for that, right?
Take that!
Look, it's him. It's the guy standing in front of him. Is it really Two Spells? Is it Two Spells? Or my fourth choice, right, would be Balloon Man, because Balloon Man controls the balloons.
Take that!
Okay, sick. Okay. Balloon Man would make sense because there's no way Balloon Man wouldn't have seen another balloon or couldn't have not seen another balloon in his area, right? Also, like, what are you also gonna say? What would be the, if it's not him, then who else would it be, right? The little kid?
Take that!
It's me. It's none of them. It's none of them. Hey, what if I choose back down? Is Susato gonna be like, fucking stop being a bitch, Naruhodo? And I'm like, fine. If I get a penalty, that is your fault. The illusion of choice. But while I dwell on this, I'm gonna download this new picture. Wee dodos. Bright. There you go. And then I'm just gonna replace this guy. There you go. Let's pick back. I have no idea. I really don't. Let's face it. I have no idea who his accomplice is. Who his accomplice might actually be. Which isn't the strongest position to be in, is it, Ryunosuke? Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo, think of that sword at your side. Kaduma is crying out. Don't you hear it? Kazuma's soul. Kazuma's standing right in front of us, Susato. Kazuma is crying to you. I'm sorry? Crying out for you to show the strength of your conviction now as a lawyer. Yes, you're right. This sword I inherited, which embodies the will of my best friend, who's standing right in front of me, is my own accomplice. I'm not sure that's quite the right word, but that's the spirit, certainly. The defense is ready to... Okay. The illusion of choice. Are we really gonna say the coroner is the other accomplice? There's no way, right? Okay, it's not Enoch Drebber, it's not Mr. Balloons, it's not the lady, right? It's not Udi Asman himself. It's not our defendant. It can't be our defendant.
Take that!
Ha! What? Are you kidding? What? Are you kidding me? The only reason why this person is relevant is because her name is on this thing. Oh, because she could have lied on the report. This is a huge accusation, by the way. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponi's friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. Lots of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Susato. Yep. The enemy always appears larger than life. But you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then. That's a good quote. I'll take that. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. You've repeated the cycle 5 different times to tell us who this person is. Your answer, counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blaze are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensics investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy of the victim. Yeah. It makes sense. I thought she was just gonna be more... I should have metagame it a bit. I don't think I should have metagamed it. We know that there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigations team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Ooh, he mad. Ooh, you right. He mad. Ooh. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand one that wants to testify. Holy shit! This is such a wild accusation. Also, those 2 aren't talking to each other at all. No one's talking to each other. It's just the 2 at the start. How do you got some nerve, lad. How do I do it? You've got some nerve, lad. Standing up here, dragging the yard's name through the mud. Wait, I forgot how to do the old man voice. It just sounds like I don't have... I'm choking. You... Fuck. How do you do the voice? I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Take that back! But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Because she's a coroner? Oh my word! Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. The cage must have also contained the body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resemble the victim who have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true, fuck! If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to review how this body double stunt was achieved? I don't know. Can I say that? I don't fucking know. I'm being chased by this crime and it's beating my ass. If anything, I'm chasing it. Being ran around. Could it have been Odie Asman? Or not Odie Asman. Could it have been Enoch Drebber? I already saved. Nothing! I can't explain that at the moment. Really? And when can the court expect an explanation? Maybe tomorrow? Shit! Then you can take your leave of us. Oh, shit. No! Turn back time! Yeah, there was an actual person in each, right? We can't just say it was a body double, right? Or, yeah, there was a person in each. Wait, what? No. Huh? Oh, wait, the piece of glass. A very small fragment of unusually... Would it be this? Very well. The defense will address my learned friends concerned by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Yeah, no, I think it's a piece of glass. Goodness gracious, evidence! How do you do the old man? Is this how you do it? I think this is how he did it. Yeah, okay, this is space. That's that I remember now. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Which means that any witnesses would have only seen... Which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who is it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the birdcage... hold up. I want to present the glass, but they're saying a who, right? Take that! Well, probably something along these lines. Huh? We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Read. And therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, that's the third time we've taken encouragement from her. You could do it, Mr. Naruhodo. Wow, stop being such a bitch. You got it. I hear you. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it seems, that thing there. Open your eyes.
Objection.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponiese friend. You're so hydrated now. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. Now's the time to show off your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of the infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicating the leader of the forensics investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxworks. Indicting. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two-Spells. Did you say abducted? Yes, that's right. And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is it true, Mr. Drebber? Activating microwave mode. Just start spinning. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber, stop spinning in place, please. I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as the body double of Mr. Asman.
Objection.
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in conclusion with the country's finest corner on the public stage in front of a vast audience. And to the effect of deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we to really believe that this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection.
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I'm pretty sure it's you, yeah. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very well in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court here now. Here. Cool.
Guilty.
Uh-huh.
Guilty.
What?
Guilty!
Okay.
Kill me.
Why is there a little girl on stand? Your Honor, I know you said you picked randomly from the population, but that's a little girl. She doesn't understand anything. Just let her eat her corn in peace. She should be learning 3rd grade math. I'm wondering when my dad and brother are gonna come back.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen.
We shall get through this together. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, like we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I now ask that you state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you have decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. I've known that one for years. She never had been accomplished to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, it is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Perry the platypus. That's your voice. I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Oh. What was your voice? What was your voice? Was your voice also Perry the Platypus? I get these two mixed up all the time because they both, in my head, they both have the same voice. Really, and they put them right next to each other. I just can't help it. I have to go back to the last stream where I was contemplating which voice they had. I've seen no rigorous proof of this waxwork that was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. That's your voice now. Yes, that's your voice. Accusing someone without the right evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of the waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim.
God.
I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity, suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double.
What's happening?
Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, and yes, your voice is cracking. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's some specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do? You mean?
Yeah, and I'm convinced that it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yeah, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Let's go!
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Your voice changed again.
Shh.
Okay. Yeah, it starts off with this guy, which is weird. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice for anything. The order that seems to have changed around for here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's the copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
A lot of things, actually. Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. When we had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now, it was when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. Yes, he was a Bobby. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top corner. And then look at her now, head of the forensics investigation team, and a woman no less. Because women, am I right? 1930s joke. I'm dead. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt about back then, I tell you.
I see. And could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were full of vim.
It's coming across loud and clear. Gosh, so outdated you. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. And we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders at the Solar Pond Street were caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was the evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right, oh. That woman is the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. They're pressing me.
Oh dear, it is most troubling, but surely the waxwork
the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I read that already. Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know?
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman.
Wow. A shipper in olden times. Even back then, people couldn't help but ship each other. Oh my god, they looked at each other once. I'm gonna write a fanfic about this.
Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor over there.
Wait! She's a Fujoshi. She's... So me thinking of Susato and her best friend wasn't out of touch. The British would have been all over it. This woman, maybe more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
enough. Yeah, I agree. Hey, don't fucking... This is the game. Every time we transition back into it, it's the game. Every time I bring it up, it's the game. You don't think me seeing Susato in a guy outfit and then her having a best friend that's fawning over her would not prompt me to be like, Yuri, you know? You don't think the game bringing a character in that's like, ah, man, I wonder what the relationship between the defendant and the defendant, who's a dude, and the prosecutor, who is also a dude, is like, and then I'm like, yaoi, they like each other. Oh, she's a shipper. Oh, she's Fujoshi. Oh, same-sex relationships, you know. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Controller.
Perry the platypus. I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Oh, I didn't press that. Fuck.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions. Well, while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity with our audience. So we perform our guest magics at parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
You got something to say, huh? Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Otter Mole?
Oh, who are you calling mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like him. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what the juror number 3 just said.
Yeah.
And clearly you do. Stop doing that with your gun. You're gonna accidentally fire it, dude.
Back in my day, back in my good old days, it wasn't like this. Ugh.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens puts her name to it. She was the best of the best. The apple.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who is Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. They got a bit carried away there.
Ahem. Stevens is Dr. Sife's maiden name, and I'm pretty sure we got the autopsy report that says Courtney Stevens on it. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course. Yes, silly me. It's side now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
He just starts breaking down. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Yes, I don't see why not.
Oh, I already forget.
I've seen no rigorous proof of this. That this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's pure conjecture.
That's your voice. That's your voice now. But you claim that the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of his hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least have the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Oh my god. I can't read. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. Eek.
I suppose we should expect nothing less from a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we were to manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I can. It's for content. I don't want to do this. Well, I want it to exist, but I don't want to do it. Just like how many times Hase Utahara just like misreads something. And the only reason why I don't want to do something like that or a compilation like that is because I'm almost 100% sure something like that has happened in every single stream. Actually, I have something I'd like to like. Ow! God damn it. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So, given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves that the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely the piece of glass.
Take that!
What's that? What's that? A piece of glass. Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you see, it's no ordinary glass though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength, much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Oh yeah!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where this very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is it...
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it is fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you have shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, jury number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
The presence of that small piece of glass leaves me in doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. But you're still guilty. Accusing someone without the right evidences, he's not doing he's not a proper job, eh?
I will have it.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been going in the back of the farm. Picked him off on me way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've somewhat big to the side, the colonels always point me in the right direction.
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Guilty. You're not guilty. Out. Guilty. Not guilty. Out. Guilty. Not guilty. Guilty.
What the fuck are you doing?
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home?
And right? It's just like, We just watched her filter through like 4 cobs of corn. So Professor Harebrain's fate is decided by a cob of corn? Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't think about that. I mean, Tom's awfully full already.
Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why the particular waxwork had been used as Mr. Asmund's body double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should use what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds.
Ran out of breath.
If you can read a book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes. Rice crackers.
Objection.
Yeah, these two are against each other.
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Goodness gracious, whose statements are you referring to, counsel?
So, jury number 2.
Oh gosh, me. What was your voice? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what jury number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Seif, which in turn revealed the connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Oh golly. I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Seif's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Oh my goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court will not overlook that last remark. I very much hope that there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Seif to the mass murderer known as the professor. Is it this? Yep.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? What was your voice?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the professor. It's my turn.
The professor's. But the man was a capital offender, so.
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. There is the identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
What's trigger light? Fuck.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seif 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case. Hold up. Okay, sorry. I thought I heard something. Is at the heart of a link that we have yet to discover. Between Dr. Courtney Seif and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Cool.
Quite right.
Quite right. Quite right. What was your voice? We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not whilst there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this in my day. But we're still here to uphold the justice in the end.
Cool.
It's the professor. That's what links the frightful swindler in the corner.
If the odds corner is under suspicion, then we're not done here yet, are we? Clearly.
Anyways, these two. Now we pick. The presence of the glass inside leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was inside the birdcage. And then we pit these two together. Yeah. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Judge!
Goodness gracious. To what statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a second, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides kind of call, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, to not pursue this matter further.
Why didn't you do that earlier? Well, to make it so I could present your statement to the other person, but...
Me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. I wouldn't dream, I would dream of going against Colonel Colbert or anyone who's got stuffing between the ears.
Gosh. Voice acting today. Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, counsel. That'll do. The result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who now call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it! Like we always do.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory, thank God. I'm so glad we have an 100% win rate. Our records would have been trashed if we didn't. A waxwork of the despicable the professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're trying to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth is, sir, by using evidence and testimony...
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this crime, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner... Oh, wow, we have to talk as her now?
Madam Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Von Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madam Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for her taking the stand.
Madam Two Spells, yes. I shall see it at once, my lord.
Yeah.
To be continued, and probably the last part, no? Before we move on, though, I am going to check up on my dogs again. I'm going to check up on my dogs real quick. So give me 1 second, guys, while I go do that. 1 second, please. Thank you. Ba, 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 ba. You know what Jolly Ranchers? Well, hopefully, one. I hope Jolly Rancher is a thing outside of America. Well, do I? I don't like Jolly Ranchers that much. They're okay, but you know, Jolly Ranchers, they made they made like a gummy line, like they made gummy candies that taste like they're the hard candies. And you know what? They're not good. They're not amazing. The main problem with them is that they're like, I mean, whenever I think of gummy, I think of like Haribo, kind of that like really chewy. That one's chewy. Wrong. But also like really sticky. Haribo does not get sticky. It just eventually breaks up and then you swallow it. But these Jolly Rancher ones, you bite into it. You can bite into it. And then you could like, it's really soft. And then you could pull it. Haribo will always be kind of the standard when it comes to gummy. Right? Well, yeah, you can bite into the Jolly Rancher gummy and then you could like split it in half with your teeth. But it does the thing where it like strings on both sides. And it becomes really sticky. Then it becomes too much for me. It becomes like mush. But yeah, I went downstairs and I grabbed some candy because we have some leftover candy from the Halloween party. I wish we had more chocolate, but people love chocolate, right? So I grabbed the very little amount of Reese's. I grabbed a Jolly Rancher gummy, even though I don't really like them, and I grabbed some Sour Patch Kids. I might just eat all the gummy stuff now and save the chocolate for later. Also realize that I have to like throw out my trash soon. The trash in my room. Ever since fall started, I've been sniffling so much every time I take a shower. Now like it's just been filling up like twice as fast recently. Like my trash is just full of dirty tissues, but it's just from me like blowing my nose constantly. It sucks. Why doesn't want to come out? Come out, please. Yeah, for me blowing my nose. It sucks. There's a star of fall. Fall's setting in. Or fall has already set in. Well, it's like starting to like... November is like the transition month. From fall to winter. And then December becomes winter. And then January hits hard winter. And then February is a transition from winter to spring. I can't wait for that. There you go. Also, I usually don't throw out food in my room. Because they'll attract like bugs or something. But since I'm just gonna throw this out soon, it's fine. Drink some water. I wish I had Halloween. It's okay. I don't know if I told this story, but stealing candy. You think it's about stealing candy? It's just you just give out candy to little kids. But yeah, during Halloween this year, we actually had we accidentally had trick or treaters come up to our door. Usually we don't do Halloween stuff at my place, but this time we did, and we were waiting for people to come over, so we had our lights on. And kind of the rule for Halloween is like lights are on, and like lights are on outside and inside the house, and like something like decoration, right? We had our lights on. I forget what the other thing is, but and because we had our lights on, we had our lights on because we were waiting for someone to come by, but these little kids came up to our house and they were like, trick or treat, and I'm like, fuck, I was in my maid outfit and I was like, hello everyone, hi. Here's some candy. That's what I did. I gave them Sour Patch Kids, all of them. And they were cool. I don't even know what they were wearing. I was just like, candy, and then this little girl came up to me and she didn't have a basket, so she held out like a book she had, and I was like, here's a candy. And then I saw my aunt and uncle come up, and I was like, were we waiting for you guys? And they were like, yeah. And then she was like, did you get candy from Hase? And I'm like, you know her? And she's like, yeah, she's like your little cousin. I'm like, whoops. I mean, Halloween, the value that I see from Halloween is that it's an excuse to cosplay or like just dress up as whatever, and that's fun. I think that's fun, but like the candy part and like all the horror stuff, you know what I mean? Is just like, ugh. Let me just dress up as like a somebody, you know. 24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh fuck! It's me. The Knight Errant himself. Oh, were you watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? But it'd be so weird to do it for no reason. No, it's not. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like fashion. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with just like, you know, you dress up and then you like take pictures, you know, maybe you go out in it. Yeah, people will look at you weird, but who cares? If you enjoy doing it, just do it, you know? That's fun. As long as you're having fun, like, who cares? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Ah, yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, the sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? Oh, my heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Von Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee the kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of that man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Seeks. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow.
It is true. At first, this case didn't feel really climactic. Like they've been building up for like this entire series, right? They've been building up to the exhibit, right, where everyone's gonna show off their science stuff, right? Like they were building up to it the entire game, and now that it's happening, it was just some case about an experiment stage, and like people, someone tried to get money, or well, on the surface, right? Someone killed someone to get money or something, right? And like it's nothing big, like with all these characters that we don't know, right? But I think it's turning out to be a rather, a pretty tied in case, no? Maybe it's the start of something.
Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
Though that leaves me as such an empty set, all alone in no intersection to any other.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me.
Fuck, Dr. Scythe, I did totally bring up your name in the middle of court. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me.
Ooh.
To think it had been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory.
The laboratory.
Wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
Why?
Lord Von Seeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you've been warned about. Is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I would see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Bye-bye. Lord Strongheart forbids Courtney Scythe from taking the stand? Why?
She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it mean?
Yeah, this is the start of something big. There's no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will all be too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. What? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. At the edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes. A word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceived even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. The fuck are you saying? Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bottle of caramel earlier, and I shall be gnawing on that. I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Gosh, I walked outside again. It was really cold. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially that bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. I really wish I learned how to do a French accent for two spells, and also the other dude. because I know the other dude was French too. From the first game. Hold up, hold it, give me a second. I ended up eating the chocolate anyways. You know, my brother told me that he doesn't really like Reese's. And to be fair, I'm not in love with it, but I don't hate it. Reese's. But you know what Reese's I really like? A Reese's Take 5. You guys ever had a Reese's Take 5? That shit's... I feel like I can't go back to a regular Reese's after eating a Reese's Take 5. It's just a Reese's chocolate peanut butter in addition to pretzel, caramel, and nuts. Yummy. The 24th of October, the 12th of the 40th. The 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Am I tired? I'm not tired, am I? Why do I keep misreading this?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution are ready and able to continue.
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet now we found ourselves embroiled in the details of the convict felon that was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord von Zieks,
My lord.
are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Begin the witness.
At once, my lord.
Bailiff!
Show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, that means that he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the motto of the professor. That is the key to link between these. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on.
I'm shrimping.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells.
What? I don't... Wait, hold up. Let me look this up real quick.
How to French accent. Focus on reducing tongue movement, rounding your lips with certain vowels like ooh and ooh, ooh, making your R's guttural instead of the hard r. Z. Oh, fuck.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. Or should I just try to do British? I'm just gonna do British. Fuck it. She's lived in Britain long enough.
My name is Madam Esmeralda Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the proprietress of the Madam Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
So he finally gets a statue, does he? And now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my, what an expression she's carving into that face.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui. That is true. At first, we believed that it had been kidnapped. Kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit.
Culprit. How do you Prit? Culprit.
However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that is not the true reason. I understand that it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, there's no more that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we are to see the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key. But it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Opens the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The identity of the man was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remained a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits down could get its hands on that information.
Cosmos. It seems you are unaware of the Two Spells principles.
What principles?
The family Two Spells has always prided itself in sculpting its mortals à la perfection.
That's your voice now, yeah?
Every detail, especially the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. It for our principles. Our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is still on display. Still today in the House of Horrors. Horrors. The Two Spells will not stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Sure. Change it as we go.
dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true wishes of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor said terror throughout Great Britain. Terror. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today.
Today?
The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You shall come.
I think, madam.
I'm sorry.
Wrong one. Are you mocking me?
I think, madam, it is beneficial to hear your formal testimony in this matter. You'll explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Like, I know the I know the TH rule. I know the TH rule, and I know the R rule. Like, the professor wax work, right? But everything else,
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumor that shocked society by London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Two Spells family principles. I enlisted the help of the gravedigger, who created the mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
what?
The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did he do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity on our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture from this article. It is the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by an eyewitness who saw it.
A newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave the night of his execution. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene carefully, possibly in my museum.
And it's the waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you.
Most puzzling. Shit. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for it, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'm gonna go now and go do what you gotta do, man. gonna try and get. Yeah, please go do that. I'll see you when I see you again. Okay, bye bye. Bye bye. Good night. Get to sleep. But I'll find it. I'll get the bottle what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sci-Fi Drebber, we're in on this together, dude. The special exhibition in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right. I knew just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Perry the platypus. I mean, yes, that story will never disappear.
Controller.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction from my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison. In the dead of night, after the execution of the killer, the entire professor stood back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man witnessed this, felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-piercing gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck his emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more.
Hi, Sonomi. What's up?
Motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran from it for his life.
Oh. The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then someone shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it is not just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
I'm sick while I'm doing all that. You're sick? That's the fall sickness hitting everybody. I have the sniffles right now, so it's very hard to do voices, period. But I'm doing fine. Good to see you back every once in a while. Yeah, nothing big's happening. Just the normal. The normal. Playing game, chilling out. Feel free to stay if you'd like. Hold up, I gotta read that last. You gotta read that last thing. But it was just a story. I mean, this is exactly the scene that could be seen today at the museum, isn't it? Yeah, it's good to hear that. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad you feel that way. Well, yeah, feel free to chill out. Do what you gotta do. I'll be here. Always, basically.
Oi, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
So many R's.
Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's something entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that person from the East is just as astute as the people in Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to have come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal, known as the Professor, was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. Interesting. Really?
It would seem... It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Yes. He dotted. He knows something. The impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance to the Two Spells family principle, which does add up. 10 years ago, I was in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression from his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you the man was dead. Yeah, so she was there the night it happened, right? The impression of the visage was taken to... Okay.
Hold it!
The impression of the...
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is. Assuming that the subject is dead, of course. Living subjects have to cooperate to us in a similar way. Ugh. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminals better than wax. Yeah. Yeah. Can you tell? She's like the only French person that's popped up in this game so far. And I haven't, like, everyone else is like British or Scottish, or I give some people Australian because it's easier to differentiate. She's the only like canonical French person that's popped up. And I'm like, I can't do it. It's so hard. And I'm trying. I've never practiced my French before. So incredible.
And it is thanks to the killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression of the actual corpse?
So there's no exceptions to the principles of the Two Spells.
I enlisted the aid of the Gravedigger. Was he the Gravedigger then? Because he had a shovel, right? Mr. Drebber's fateful encounter, right? What the fuck? Odie Asman? Wait, what does Odie Asman have to do with this? Whoa. I just realized... Well, context, right? Odie Asman is the victim in this case. Wait, what? Really? Wait, why is it signed by Odie Asman? I don't get it. Did he take the picture? Oh, he must have, right? Or this is his perspective? Whoa.
Hold it!
That is a giant, like, why is that there, right? Surely that's legal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of the repository of novelties was blinded by momentary greed.
It has nothing to do with money. The man is the part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. History. It is a reason.
Oh, fuck. No worries, Father. I've been taking them outside religiously. Please come back home soon, so I don't have to keep doing it. Oh, so I'm gonna search up this French word.
Raison d'être. Raison d'être of the Two Spells Museum.
But if the man was convicted by a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind the mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now the truth has been, what the special exhibit has been revealed. Ugh. It must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting,
That's how you say it, another.
another interesting chapter in the history of my family. I think, don't you?
So 10 years ago, is she okay? On the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse?
Oui, exactement.
Exactamente? I thought it was exactamente. Exactment. I hit myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had problems with the chin.
I dare ask.
The man had been dead for a short while already, as you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have my assailant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take impressions of the visage of the visage of the cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because rigor mortis.
Yeah. Wrigley Right. They don't know it. It's English.
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate time of death when the body is discovered.
Whoa, that was an education. If a slightly scary one. 3 hours, huh?
As the mademoiselle said, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death. 3 hours after death. And it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth was open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting harder for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information. I wonder about that information, the information the courts just heard from LM2 spells. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Sasato. A man's dead.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because before the because it was before the rigor mortis onset. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the dimension duration depends on a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching. Well, what time of day was it then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. When I left the cemetery with my utensils in wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise that year.
Indeed it did. The first light would have been around 4:40.
Wow, in the morning. That's so early. That is really early.
The fact is, I have very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak. Of course, why somebody had discovered me there, it would be a catastrophe. So I had to hurry. Hurry.
Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? So she's the proprietor of a waxwork museum, right? Okay, I'll give you a simple rundown of the case. So we're investigating the murder, if I can bring up the people. We're investigating the murder of this guy, which happened at a science fair. The biggest science fair in all of Britain, right? On the stage, this guy died. Or something along those lines. And the base case is that our defendant, Albert Harebrain, killed him with the machine when he instantly teleported him across the exhibition and crashed into the Crystal Tower. I wonder if I have a picture of the Crystal Tower. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah. So this is the machine he made. The victim is in here. Harebrain is somewhere out here. They activate the machine. Something happens where the machine accidentally points up, and then this guy teleports up here, and then he crashes into the Crystal Tower down here, right? And that's the base case, right? That's the very base case. What we're going into right now is very, like, plot heavy, like the overarching plot, right? So what's happening now is we're talking about someone called the Professor. The Professor is who this head belongs to. This is a waxwork head, and this is from that lady's museum, right? Wait, 10 years ago? You were 16 when this happened. Holy crap. But yeah, and the reason why this is relevant is because what actually happened during this crime, right, was that we're suspecting that
because obviously teleportation isn't a thing. So what ended up happening is, while this machine was like malfunctioning or whatever, something fell down. Someone fell down, and then there was a hot air balloon up here that got shot down by this crossbow, right? It got shot down by this crossbow, and that hot air balloon had the second birdcage in it, and then that fell down, right, into the tower. And then in order for that to happen, right, one person had to be in both. There had to be a person in each birdcage. So one of them actually had the victim in it, right, and he had died. So one of them had this guy, and the other one we're talking about, that was probably in the balloon, right, had this wax figure in it. Or I don't know if we'll see the wax figure like in person, right? Oh yeah, this is the picture of the balloon getting shot, right? And now we're talking about all of this couldn't have happened with this guy. This is the main guy that we're trying to get like convicted, but we're saying that he wouldn't have been able to do it alone. He would have to do it with an accomplice, and we're saying that this lady was the accomplice for some reason. We're still trying to figure out why, and that's why we're doing this testimony right now, because this lady is connected to this crime. Because at some point the cages would have had to switch, right? It would have had to switch from, because if actual Odie Asman was in this, he would have fell, because he fell through the floor, right? So he would have been down here, and there had to have been a time where the birdcage down here, and then the one that got shot up here and then fell into the crystal tower, there had to be a moment where they both switched, right? And the only time where it could have actually happened was when the forensics team was investigating, right? Because she is the leader of the forensics team, right? So now we're getting this testimony from this lady now, Madame Two Spells, because we have to find a connection between these two. We have to see why like Courtney Scythe was like coerced into being the accomplice for Enoch Drebber's crime, right? That's why we're doing this. And like the motive, I'm assuming the motive is going to come from this too. The motive is tied to this as well. Why they did this. It's all why in this testimony. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's basically the length of it. It's gone. It's obviously I haven't gone over a lot of it, but it feels very convoluted. Like there's a lot of layers. We're on like layer 8. It feels like, because at first it was just, oh, this guy killed this other guy. Oh no, how can we prove that it wasn't him? Okay, we proved that. All right, who could have done it? Okay, it was this guy, right? Oh, why does he have all this stuff? Okay, we know why he has all that stuff. Oh, even if he did have all this stuff, how he couldn't have done it without, like, by himself? Oh, he did it with someone else. And oh, he did it with who did it? Who helped him? Oh, it was this lady. Oh, why did this lady help him? We're on that layer. We're on the why did this lady help him layer.
You certainly appear to be going to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yeah, it's significant. Madam, those details about how long you took to complete your sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe that they may be significant.
Of course, if you'd like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 a.m. would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. My lord.
I hurried to finish my work in half an hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up, or something?
I had paid the grave digger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew the warden from the prison
commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then?
I had already played the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Boy, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
So, that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Mr. Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. So, I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means much more to Lord Von Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, so do I.
Yes, after all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The prosecutor of this case, his brother was killed by the professor. The guy that like we're saying was the body double. The body double's identity is important because everyone included... Whoopsies! I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. The defense would have to accept the penalty. Fuck. I can't believe I pressed the exact buttons to fuck up there. No! My point! I didn't even save! Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I can't even look at the list of suspects. But yeah, they're all important. Everyone's important. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance to the Two Spells family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold of the face. And don't forget to say it. I just did. Don't worry. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold. Not saving his. Tell me about it. I created a mold for the head in cemetery just before the interment. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I hurried to finish my work in half an hour before sunrise, and then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Missing a... I played Xbox 360 RPGs. Oh, I know. Did you know back then when you on like old consoles like that, like PS3 and Xbox 360, like if you had a power outage while playing a game like that, especially an RPG, sometimes it would straight up just delete a save file. It would just delete a save file if like you lost power. That's why I do this. That's why I use every single save. You're not saving on my drive. Shouldn't it save like automatically? That stuff, right? That's nutty. Thank God you didn't. But gosh. Wait, let's see. So this is Odie Asmund's. I gotta look at the stuff again, honestly. Odie Asmund. That is his signature. Hanging by death confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Wait, what?
the rigor mortis would have set in already, right? Yeah, the rigor because they said 3 hours, right? Thanks to the save function. Bless up. I'm gonna present this.
Objection.
I wonder if they started adding like autosave functions to like a what are they called? Art programs. I'm trying to think of what the art version of a DAW is. When you're doing art. Do they do that? I'm pretty sure some art programs do that. Metabang doesn't do that. Fire Alpaca didn't do that. I'm pretty sure Paint Tool Side doesn't do that. Reaper doesn't do that either. But I think Adobe does it. Adobe, when I edit, when I do video editing, I'm pretty sure Adobe Premiere does it. Madam Two Spells. Aha. That's the one everyone likes. I think Krita 2. Mm-hmm. Those are the two programs where it's like, use it. Krita especially. I remember back then when I tried to get into art. When I tried to draw, I had a Wacom tablet and I just tried to draw. Krita was one of the ones where I was like, I get it, but it's too much for me. I'm simple. I'm still simple. I stuck with Fire Alpaca and then I went to Metabang. They were essentially the same thing. Though I'll be frank, I do miss Fire Alpaca. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. Is that the problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Hui, aqua! Are you there? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponi's friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have died. He could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. Ugh. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in already. Hui, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the same time. Why? Oh, impossible. Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Wow, the most British thing you could have said. And I don't give you a British accent. Now, not only did you indicate the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff of Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Patty! Not my... My learned friend appears to have overlooked a very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night. Without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's jaw. Limp with my own hands. There's no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die. Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting happened in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and the one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, please present evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of Murray's execution.
I don't know. I'm not sure. You're really putting me on the spot here, Your Honor. It might be... Is it the camera?
Take that!
What have we here?
Shit! He's wrong, Your Honor. Before considering the night of the execution, I would strongly advise the defense to concentrate on what is happening right now in this courtroom. What? Fuck! Shit! Ryunosuke, wake up! Sorry, I fell asleep. Whoops. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on night of the professor's execution. He was bashed in the skull with this science trophy. I have no idea. Is it the newspaper? Is it just the newspaper? But... What? That doesn't make sense. Does it? He was shot with the crossbow. I mean, it has to be this, no? Yeah, okay. What happened that night was written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave, and he was killed again! Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? That's not your voice. The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes.
Why, oui.
The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
In any case, that was 10 years ago. There would surely be no hope in finding him.
On the contrary, my lord. We all know this witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes.
You also substantiate your latest claims now, counsel? Who is the alleged witnesses?
Oh. Well, yeah, obviously. It's Drebber. But, like, I'm pretty sure it's not Drebber. It's, like, not Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Enoch Drebber. Drebber. Yeah. Well,
The previous witness.
the special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave. And beside the tomb... Also, why are we acting, like, oblivious to this? Don't we all know this? A young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man was a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, the waxwork is there, but I wish Madame Tussauds wasn't just there.
Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there, at Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? What is the name's significance?
Of course, Madame Two Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But what's that would mean?
Madam Two Spells. It would appear that you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from a long time ago in the past.
What? Oh my!
Goodness gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course.
Was he the gravedigger?
The story of the young man and the terrible sights he witnessed at the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London throughout the Great Britain. However, in all the articles, the witness was simply described as a young man, a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown in court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Oh, goodness me! Yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. And a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident in the student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in a cemetery in the dead of night. It would make a perfect exhibit to my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactly. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Interesting. He was poor. He was poor. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in a case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match to the victim and the face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner of Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted an autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Isn't that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of the condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. I see. Blackmail. He blackmailed her. My lord, the court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Also, fuck Mr. Strongheart, I guess. They really do slam that down. They do. It's the trademark. He did it! Your Honor, he did it! No! Your Honor, he's lying.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in today's proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Oh, wrong voice.
She told us herself. Lord Von Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
Then the Pandora's box you've been warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night at the killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Von Zeeks! The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Wow!
But Lord Von Zeeks, the missive was issued by Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection.
As the assigned prosecutor, the assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular case. In other words, me.
Yes! Lord Von Zeeks!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Cool. No more French accent too. Thank God.
Order! Very well. I'll uphold your request. Bailiff sends subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team.
Oh my god. Wait. Hold up. I'm checking something real quick. Give me 1 second. Why are they so far away? Sorry, I was just checking where my father was. They had to go to an ER somewhere, and they are so much more further away than I thought they were.
The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
All right then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. You're still here. Why are you still here? Ooh, wait, you hear this? Has this theme ever been played before? I really like this theme. It's actually very reminiscent of Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. That's what it is. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you. You. Thank you for your attendance in such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Von Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't comprised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Not how prosecutors work, but, sure. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And I don't even know if you're Mr. Drebber. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. The motto of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. There remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to such a great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound that it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate with your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw on the night at Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Two Spells, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that he's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Good. What an interesting twist. Huh? At the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet, here we are now, 10 years later. Suddenly, my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. She's nervous too then, no? So your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago? You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. As you wish. He's a robot. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all those 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes. The illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. What? No, you didn't. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to be a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. Ow! If the details in the article aren't true, that nullifies your argument as for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe could have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business? Could you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. Among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried in the deck. So, you were one of those so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That is beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headache. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, might I add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration in the article? Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Oh, obviously, as time ticked, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Huh. He's a liar. I see. He's saying, aha. This is why you always tag your art. You should always have an art tag. Oh, what's that? Is that his signature? Odie Asbin was the guy who wrote the article. That's why he wanted to kill him? Because of Drebber wanted to kill him because of science? Because he made him give up science or something?
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes! At once, my lord. Gosh. It's so complicated. Actually, before we continue, I'm going to take the dogs out one more time. Just in case, because I do want to make sure nothing bad happens. So give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. Yeah, baba. I ate a cookie while I was downstairs. Weird. A lot of dogs are barking. I was sitting down there and I was like, I thought it was my dogs barking at first. I'm like, what are you barking at? And it wasn't. The dogs kept twitching every time someone else barked. Hi again. I'm back. It's strange. I think it's because this year, or today is like, today has been the coldest day it's been this season. I think everyone's freaking out. But also, God, my brother and my dad have been out for like 6 hours. They've been gone since 10 in the morning. It's 4. I assume they're coming back soon. They're in a Wendy's drive-through. What the hell? Are they getting Wendy's? I don't even like Wendy's. Well, if they like, I'm pretty sure my dad likes Wendy's. I've talked about why I don't like Wendy's. Their burgers taste like dirt. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the Wendy's that I've been to. They don't. It doesn't taste great. They taste very plain compared to every other burger. I think that's what it is, because most McDonald's burgers have a sauce on them or something, right? Like the Whopper has the Whopper sauce, and then like every other burger has just a bit of crack cocaine in them, and then like Burger King only has like Whoppers. Wendy's, I don't know what goes for Wendy's. You know what I mean? Like Whoppers has the flame grilled taste and also onions. I've never had Wendy's. You're not missing out on much. You're not missing out when it comes to the burgers. I think if you really want a burger, you don't want a regular Wendy's burger. I think people ask for like the barbecue burger or like a Baconator, and people like that. But like a regular burger at Wendy's is not good. At Wendy's, what you want is like the chili or the frosty and fries. Also, their fries don't taste amazing either. They taste like dirt too. Like Play-Doh dirt. If you had Play-Doh and dirt mixed together, it was like that. It was like these macarons I had recently when I went out for Boy's birthday. We bought macarons at a at Whole Foods. They fucking suck. Don't buy them. They were ass. Make them yourself. Make the macarons yourself. The cookie of the macaron was good, but the filling was stringy and and bad. It was a vanilla macaron, and I'm like, oh, vanilla. Everyone likes vanilla, and I got fucking judged that out of all hell. I remember that Izu was like, why'd you vanilla really? And I'm like, fucking stop looking at me like that. Stop. Stop judging me. You're being weird. I don't like this. I didn't like it. Both the judgment and the macarons. It was a lose-lose situation. The only thing that was good about it was I chose vanilla when we had a whole chocolate cake for Boy. And that was okay. Yeah, just because cake is okay. I don't know. I've never had like a fantastic cake. You know what I mean? I think that's why I like pie more. Usually, I've had a really good pie that I was really into, but like a cake, I don't think I've ever had a really good cake. And I think it's mostly because most cake is cold. No, I think that's what it is. When's the last time you had a warm cake? I like warm food. But yeah, back to the game. Sorry. Yeah, Play-Doh and dirt, my favorite kind. Yum! Don't you love it when you play with your Play-Doh outside and you accidentally drop it? It's like, oh, there's a couple branches in here, you know, a bunch of maybe some wood chippings or like maybe a worm, maybe an ant, right? Yummy. And you just like, oh. You ever had Play-Doh? Like actually, that shit's salty for no reason. Don't ask why I know. it, and I think it's supposed to be like that for a reason. I think it's they purposely make it taste bad. I was a strange high schooler. Lava cake is warm. Yeah, but like that's its whole gimmick, right? Also, would you count lava cake as a cake? Let's be real. Lava cake is I mean, yeah. You bake it and it's called a cake, but like it's how you make it because it's a specific batter, right? That cooks hard on the outside and then it's soft on the inside. And it's not even like cakey, right? It's like crunchy, no? A lava cake. Though I will say a chocolate lava cake is really good. At least the ones that I've had. The ones I've had, they're like crunchy on the outside. And there's no like cakey to it. It's just hard outside. It's like a chocolate gusher. A baked chocolate gusher. It's like that. You've never had one? They are very good. Though to be fair, I've only had the ones from Domino's. Those ones are good. But with the rising prices of everything, I like, man, we bought Domino's recently for like $60 and it was just like a pizza and like 2 sides. Isn't that fucking wild? Let me just make a pizza myself. Why the hell are we yeah, why are we buying it from these narcs? Taking our money. That's my whole wallet right there. For like if we really ration it out, like 3 days of food. Are you kidding me? How annoying. And I think things are only going to get more expensive. Look, I was a curious man. I was in like geometry class and we were like using Play-Doh to like mimic something. And I'm like, it's just one. I'm just curious. I made like a bit with like, because it was kids that were like a year older than me. I was friends with in that class, and I made this bit, and I just like secretly took a bite, and I was just like, I don't know about this, guys. They didn't see me eat it though. They didn't give me a reaction. They just thought I was weird. The reason I was at Lowgate Cemetery all these moving on. The illustration of the article was based on what I witnessed that night. Was a spot of moonlighting.
Hold it!
A bakery. Would they even sell them? I'm trying to think if they would sell them in bakeries actually. They would. It's a cake thing, right? But I think it's very specific because chocolate lava cakes are I don't know if you need like a specific mold for them. You definitely need a specific recipe for them. But I don't know if it's a specific mold, and it's very like I feel like you would need it to be like your most popular thing in order to justify it. I think for the effort that you need for it. I wish I had a cake shop. I was talking about that earlier. If I could live in like a small town in a foreign land, not in America, because I can't imagine something like this being in America. But like I would want to live in like a very like shoujo place. You know what I mean when I say that? Like very shoujo anime manga, like where it's like a small like community and there's like only like one bakery. I would love to run like a bakery or like a cafe, something like that. Dobosh torta? It's like the dream life, no? Like just being able to live in kind of a close-knit community. And, like, kind of just live life, you know, take it in stride, doing honest work. I think that's just my dream in general, though. You know what I mean? Honest work. I've learned that about myself recently, just being able to, if I'm able to. Honest work. Doing everything genuinely. I was talking about that on stream like yesterday or something, or 2 days ago. But like, if I'm able to do what I do, and I'm able to feel like I'm putting in work that I enjoy, or like I'm making some kind of impact that's positive, then I'm like, this is good enough for me. Oh, by moonlighting you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you don't. Surely you don't. You only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that would have enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made a surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical students' acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That is what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
Interesting.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
I get it.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity at which you revealed this aberrant behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason.
He's doing the scary face again.
But I never expected it to end the way it did. That day, I regret it to this day.
Yes, the illustration in the newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead.
I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. It spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
Sure.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
Oh, my Ethernet! My internet disconnected! I saw that I disconnected. I think we're good though.
Oh no, is the stream might drop out then. That's not good. Don't drop out, stream. Keep holding on for dear life. Oh no. It actually looks like it's gonna go out. Hopefully I could just keep going without too much, too much hindrance.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I didn't know how, but he discovered my name. I recounted it to him exactly what happened that night. And from the description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself. The newspaper reporters are wont to stoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration was accurate then. Well, thinking back, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Yeah, you liar. What are you talking about?
I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the convent victims. Convicts. Shit. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense around the dead coming back to life.
Yeah, that's what makes him cool, other than him being a murderer. I do like his design, actually, though. I do like his robot hand and stuff. He's just weird.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise.
Unhinged?
Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
Do I? I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know, I need to present it against that irritating backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
You see how he moves? Oh, they're back home. Sick! Thank God. That young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. What did he say?
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained.
What was your voice? I can't remember.
I went by the name published in the article, and Somsa found the man.
Yes, sire. The article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having the waxwork of yourself made and given permission for it to be put on display. Look, I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam?
His camera.
Yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details.
It is a 2 spells away. It would seem this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Whee! It's the exact same one. I gave up my dream to becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Someone informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, if you say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Yeah, he became a con man. So you combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-seen before technology? And use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors to give... What did you say? Sorry, I did not hear you correctly. I was reading too fast. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever you are talking about. I have no recollection of anything of the sort. Why are you staying quiet? What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to have seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Mr. Scythe's past, in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, then there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's one way around this. I have to prove that he really did see it. Prove that he did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. That's right. What? But does the camera really change that, though? I mean, yeah, it has blood on it, but like from what? The gunshot? Oh, that actually, exactly. That exactly, right?
Objection.
Nope. The defense, fuck. I was about to save over that. The defense, shit. Soon after, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted me in a model of wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. I just want to read this again. I can't. No. This. Alright, I read it. I wonder when we're gonna bring up the Odie Asmund thing.
Objection.
Nope. The music stops when you're right. Yeah, I'm curious because I don't know. I don't know. Mr. Drebber's faithful encounter. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. How do we prove that he did, though? I have no idea. So he's saying that this is a lie. How do we make that not lie? I presented this already, right? Open sesame. Wow. Anything new? Yeah, because it's just this bloodstain, but we don't know the significance of the bloodstain. That's my problem with it. The illustration in the newspaper was based on what I had witnessed that night. Thinking back on it now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream on becoming a scientist. And it was all because of the newspaper article. You know what this is? This is one of those misleading ones. I think that's what this is. I think it's like, yeah, you need to present some evidence here, and then it's another statement. Like, no, she didn't make you out of wax or whatever the hell, right? Even though you very clearly indicated me to present evidence somewhere else. Then I gave up my dream on becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Was it? I mean, what he said is very believable. The film come from the late 17th of June. Also, it's Madame Two Spells that has the key, so we can't even open this. Okay. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the fell Stephen's execution, a newly interred professor forced his grave covered as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, the next second, a gunshot rang out and suddenly a bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath was stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who had experienced this shocking event was Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student store. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or any other income. Mr. Drebber, can only uphold this right on the conditions that both contracting parties are alive. What do you say here? Sure. The reason was a spot of moonlighting. Wait, if you open the camera, right, that means you're using it, no? So why would that be open? Wouldn't that mean he's done, right? Because he said earlier, wait, if I can just... Yeah, so he purchased something. The camera. to record. Right, he said, to what end? To record the details of the bodies I've disinterred. So I sold it. What if it's this? Because he had to. It has to be open, the camera.
Objection.
Nope. Or am I jumping too far ahead here? I might be jumping too far ahead. Right? Because the camera has to be open in order for like the shot. It has to be open for the bloodstain to get there, right? But the only reason why the camera would be open if he's taking a picture or is already taking a picture, no? Is it? It's really not. Because if it's not this, then it's. It's not the trophy? There's nothing on this trophy, nothing else that I can look at? There's, look. The future of scientific discovery. It seems early on, doesn't it? Yes, he's a very talented scientist. Wow. I gave up on my dream because of that newspaper. All because of the newspaper article? No, he went into detail about it, right? It was like they found out he was grave robbing, and then the school's like, no. But it isn't the trophy. Well, I don't know what the trophy would prove, right? He could have gotten that before, right? Before he got expelled. I don't think it's this. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a wax model of me. But you didn't! Or I don't know. That's very obviously right. There's nothing like to question here. He like 100% did get visited. Thinking back now, though, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all. This is the blatant lie. But, like, how do you prove that? How do you prove that this isn't a blatant lie? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, they're like, put something here in order to prove that he's lying. And it's just like, what? You know? Yes, the illustration on the newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. The reason was a spot of moonlighting. AKA grave robbing. He was robbing the grave. And then he says He takes a picture of all the graves that he's disinterred. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back on it now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all.
Hold it!
It's strange. Okay, yeah. In the end, gossip rags. Stories that... The story was in every single paper at the time with the exception of broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. And what about the article from the Daily Circus? There's a particular journalist who found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. I recounted him exactly what I told him that night. And from the description, he drew this illustration precisely as and because the reporter had told me so, I had no idea myself. The newspaper reporters are wont to snoop in matters that so the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well, thinking back on it now, I realize I never actually saw the professor though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? Locate somebody is at Barclay, renown. As a result, only 2 willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming. But you see, I actually saw it. I said it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is possible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that shows that he did see the professor? Yeah, it's like, hey, you got evidence that proves that? And I'm like, I don't think so. Is there something that proves that? Anything? The head of the Professor Waxwork that was stolen from... Yes. And this was in his laboratory. Condemned prisoner redacted for content. She also named the professor. Death by midnight, 17th of June. And the investor, Odi Asman, hereby enters a contract with the provider to fund the labor and construction of... Yes. Got it. Oh, his camera was open. Sorry, guys. I'm like, I don't know if I'm like brain farting right now or what. This seems like one of those like minimalist ones.
Objection!
Aha! Sorry, Mr. Trevor. I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim that you did see the professor that night 10 years ago. Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I did not see what. I know what I didn't see. The illustration in this article was drawn based upon what you had told the journalist that you witnessed. This seems like one of the... No, okay, I don't know if I'm in love with this one. Because, right... it's such an obvious claim where it's like, but it turns out that I didn't actually see it. And then you press him and he's like, I just said what was on my mind's eye, or what his imagination's, right? I just told him what my imagination said. And I was like, okay, so that explains why this is this, right? But then you still present the evidence, right? And you still argue it. And that doesn't sit well with me. Was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Wait. Hold up. Ryunosuke might be cooking here. He wouldn't have known he was wearing a mask if he didn't see him. I got it. Okay. Yes. When the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court rulings that the man should wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens would see the man's face, but obviously the provision of the mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... yes, okay. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. I see. Okay, that's smart. I like that one now. Okay, I get it.
Order! Well, Mr. Trevor?
Actually, do I? I don't know if I like that. I'm trying to think about it. Because it's like, oh, yeah, obviously, like, he wouldn't have seen the mask if he, I guess, yeah, the mask was the mask established at some point? Like, yeah, he had the mask. Like, other than right now? If it was, then it's such a minor thing, then. A vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head to see such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken. You're saying you still didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain how exactly you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to obliged. To what? I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Oh yeah, his whole argument is his innocence is writing on this. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So, that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming that it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was just using the mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
Might I add that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and then fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Oh, well, yes.
I can only assume that it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Yeah, let's hear this one. Madam Two Spells, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, look at it.
Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my own thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? What, that he lied?
I thought it was a little strange. That is all. How Monsieur Drebber would claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university's dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue. You know. Have care, Trevor. That's no way to talk to a lady. Grr. Turning on microwave mode.
Madam Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered all over you when he was shot.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
That will do.
Trevor. Yes. I'm gonna go sleep. All right, go do what you gotta do, man. I'll see you when I see you again, okay? Have fun. I will. Thank you. Bye-bye. Nice seeing you again, okay? Bye-bye. I'll see you when I see you again. Bye. Bye.
Sweet dreams. You refute the account given by Madam Two Spells.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Bye-bye.
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with the statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering of blood. There was no splattering of blood! I would never have any blood on anything that I had on the time. Even my camera. There was no blood on my camera. Excuse me, mister. We're finally bringing this up.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is a camera. The camera from the fateful night.
Yes, it is.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And what is this? Is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen on our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it.
What's that?
That. Just on the bellows.
It looks like
A dark red stain.
That's right. A rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine.
if it was human blood and not the same as some animal. But yes, to test whether or not this blood is its blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two-Spell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
good. Gap.
There you go. There's simply no way you couldn't have forgotten about such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
Is he? What, Dr. Scythe?
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Let me look right at her.
Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Whatever do you mean?
Hi. She is very pretty now like that.
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal. This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting that would mean? That the execution was never actually happened? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of the misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. That would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Oh.
In-house corruption? And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched dead bodies of Mr. Asner with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Oh.
Boot! He did it! Lord Von Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey has no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my Nipponi's friend. Considered what? Do you recall what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine some sum of money, any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. Bury the platypus to rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this is no petty crime. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money into this venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes.
I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting his death resulted in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between himself and the victim now.
There is a contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant that he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, then taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Well, this stuff we've already worked out. Me sitting there and trying to figure out what's wrong is it made me figure everything else out.
Whee! How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your case.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present it. Two pieces of evidence to show what it is.
I'm glad that you know, and I'm glad that I had that concern too, because it's like we have to show the contract and the thing and the newspaper.
Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's the newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel should have never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing. It means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it's not particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other piece of evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes the motive for the deed. This one.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that is correct. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant about this newspaper article and the contract I have in common.
Really?
Yes? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? What is that? What is this? What is that? What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago, and the newspaper reporter found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh.
Objection!
Explain to the court why. Why would this constitute a motive for the witness to murder Mr. Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
A grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is beyond the pale. That would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put to print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously. Might I add? Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it was widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to his many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it is true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretched or French or other after all.
Goodness gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist is, in a climate like that, is a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so I was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science with me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent? I thought we were proving the opposite of that, and why you didn't want to leave. Or did you say it? To disprove the idea. Dude, you were a good scientist, man.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that could be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Goodness gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist from 10 years ago who ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Oh, his eyes soften. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Hold it. Scythe? Yeah.
Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord!
Why am I still here? Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside me. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were in that note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary altercations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
That's wild. That's fucking crazy. Is this gonna be a theme? Like in law, like corruption? Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborate with a murderer. But the great lies about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then. I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's no real possible way for you to prove that I did anything wrong. No! Ow! Fuck. My back.
I would like step away from him.
Order, fucking Christ! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Seeks,
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
What? What's gonna happen to her? I've heard more than enough now.
I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It has to my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Seif has admitted to the allegations brought on by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean
At the present time, it is the conclusion of the court that the defendant is not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objections?
none, my lord?
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution and defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Seif suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony. I want to see more. I want more. I want the truth. Further testimony.
Objection.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony. What? I'm doing this for you, Von Zeeks.
You do realize I'm about to advocate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponi's friend? Why are you trying to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out in the open.
Right.
Yes. In hindsight. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. You remember me saying all this? I sound so cool. Fuck you, Sholmes. Get out of here. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Before we move on, actually. 1 second. Hey. Okay, cool. We're good. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced... Yeah. He must have deduced that this would happen. Sorry, I just had to turn that off, turn this back on. Okay. Cool, we're good. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, to secure an acquittal. Obviously. Sorry. But that's not all. That's not all. Sorry. I believe that I have a duty in the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
A testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everybody's time.
Ah,
As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Whee!
Pray forgive my careless handling of this hollow bottle. I slipped.
Whoops. Is that what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Von Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid. Stupid.
If there's more to this case than has already come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You what? Lord Von Zieks.
That's my boy. He called me. He said it like that.
This is most irregular indeed, at least to say the least. However, as the prosecution calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well.
Finally, a testimony from her. We've gotten testimony from everybody else except her. The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had been arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigations team to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it.
What? Wait, the entire team was in on it?
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for this deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Oh, why are you looking at me like that? So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then, huh? Quit looking at him, he's mine! Everybody wants Ryunosuke. Susato, Scythe, Von Zieks, Kazuma. He just doesn't remember it.
Boy. Kiss.
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower underneath the stage.
That's all?
That's terrible corruption. Only my team was aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Well, we must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need to cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong.
Just look at the expression on Dr. Scythe's face.
She's a liar. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so
doggedly persistent?
Very well then, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination?
Yes, my lord. Sorry. I have those lyrics up on my screen right now, and it's like Kawaku wanai, fuwan wanai. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. Hold up, I've been wearing my gloves the entire time and it's starting to actually get hot, so just gonna take them off. My working gloves. Okay. They're free.
Hold it!
It began with the note. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous.
Did you have any idea who was behind it?
There was a few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I had never actually heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it?
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now. But the horse is bolted now. And the stable door will never be shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Von Zeeks.
I am well aware of that.
As I imagine, you found the bird cage was in the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
The actual body wasn't of the victim, as indicated in the notes instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body and as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork.
I wrapped up and sent it by carriage to a specified address at a specified time.
And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Two Spells.
I see.
And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage?
Yes, although someone obviously made the mistake about which cage to go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
The body had been arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this?
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along those lines.
Along the lines of,
fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Ansem.
so you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone into the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor? Did you stab him?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in this particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up.
This is very iSomnium Files, isn't it?
Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Wow! And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was the broken neck, the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Miss Sasato?
Something about Dr. Sei's last statement is playing on my mind, and that's all.
Yeah, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want to hear her supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part.
Yes, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness? If you wish, my lord.
Huh. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Mr. Asmund suffered from 30 feet.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of the broken neck?
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony.
Very well.
I enlisted the help of the whole entire
Hold it!
The entire team? In perverting the course of justice?
My team consists of the very, very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Ah,
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
And at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow because of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. I take full responsibility.
Don't blow me down, Dr. Side! No one's blowing anyone, please. Surely there are some other ways you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Phew. I nearly froze under the cold stare that she just said that.
I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo.
So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but
I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this is completely how those two are reacting to this in completely different ways, I mean.
yeah, exactly.
For some reason, I feel sure that they're still trying to hide something.
The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Mr. Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. What was it?
Hemorrhage?
The broken vertebrae most likely resulting from an impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. So she stabbed him, huh? Damn. Fucking brutal. Can I change this?
Hold it!
You mean what you did with this, correct?
I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions, in his words. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund.
And so you went without any of your team to where Asmund had fallen?
That's right, yes. I leaned down in the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands
and plunged into the man's chest. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report, the real cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Sythe to change out the supplementary testimony she gave before. What should I ask her to do with the statement she added? Change it, please. Dr. Sythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant. So could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. I stood over the victim's corpse, where it lay toppled on the stage, and plunged a straw into his chest. But there's no reason to, like... There's no reason to, like, question this, no? Wait, there's straps in there. How did he break his neck if he was strapped in, right? There's no reason to question the stabbing, right? It happened. There's no way to like disprove it or like if it corroborates with something.
Hold it!
You stood above him. Oh, you took that. You took the screwdriver. You held it up, and wow! It made contact with the chest. They made out with each other. Change it, please. Dr. Sythe, about what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant. So could you please change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Oh, folly. All right. It's strange because, I mean, my assertion is that it's strapped. How the hell is...
Objection!
Nope. I really did think it was like...
Objection!
No, really? Because that shows the stab too. Or that shows the straps. And he'd already been in the thing, so he just stood and... And it's not the cage? Really? I don't know what it is then. It's one of these, like, switchable ones. I just don't know which one. You know what I mean? How do we explain this? The exhibition... 10-year-old article. This isn't relevant anymore. This is not relevant anymore. This is the post-explosion, right? That's the post-explosion. After falling from a considerable height. Yeah, I don't... What?
The actual, so it's either she stood over and stabbed him, right? Which I don't think we could disprove, right? Hemorrhage wound to the chest that pierced the heart. Inflicted with a sharp implement, right? Is there any... There's no evidence on this either, right? Was neck trauma due to suffering a fall? So he fell... How do I prove this? How do I prove that that it's weird, right? Because it wasn't... It isn't this. Is it this?
Objection.
No. Objection! Fuck! And I already looked at this.
Objection.
No. Fuck. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm struggling here. They're lying. I don't know why, but they're lying. This is the crossbow that was used. This is the autopsy report. Odie Asman, 47, British. Time of death, 21st of October. Yeah, that was 3 days ago. Because it's the 24th now, I believe. Around 2:20 p.m. Broken vertebrae. Was the 30-foot fall. Drebber. This is not even at the place, it's just a random picture. Recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor. Crossbow. Wait, didn't Kazuma die the same way? And he's just back now? You're telling me it's not this? Are you kidding me?
Hold it.
I read all this already, right? Okay, here's what I want to do then.
Hold it.
I want to... Can I switch and switch the testimonies and then just press the other one just to see? Just to see. And stabbed him. Ever change it, please? Because I just don't know. It doesn't sound right.
Hold it.
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes, fair and easy. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What? What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a stabbed neck. All I did was carry out the instruction I'd been given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't even bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids.
Wait. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you?
If you wish.
She said no precision. She said no precision, but she stabbed him right in the heart, right?
Objection!
Ah.
Hold it!
I'm gonna reread this, right? Opened it. Then took the screwdriver and plunged it into the man's chest. Wow. Yes, please. Change it. What would be the thing to disprove any of this? You know what I mean? It's either she stood over him and stabbed him in the chest, or the true cause of death is the fall, right? And one of them, right, is not that it's conjecture, right? But one of them is like a fact. You know what I mean?
Objection!
Nope. Oh, brother. Oh, my God. Like, what are we gonna say? Like... Mr. Drebber may only oppose right above constant predator. Okay. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. How do we prove that it doesn't sound right? You know what I mean? Like, how is that happening? In this thing? How is that happening in this thing? It's not. It's not. You know what I mean? Wearing a black monocle, okay? The actual camera that Mr. Drebber, yes. Small, okay. The royal, yes. Yes. The killer's autopsy report. $10 years, yes. When it was completely leveled. We used this already, right? I have no idea. I couldn't think of anything.
Is it like where the screwdriver was? Because the screwdriver was at the top, but she could have easily just placed that, no? You know what I mean? Like she could have just easily placed that. And I think that's what they're saying, right? But God's when he was right. I literally have no idea. I have no idea.
Hold it!
It was a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional. Did you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed for determining the actual facts. Yes, assuming that they can be trusted. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics investigation team to trust this here properly. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Mr. Asman suffered from the 30-foot fall. Every article on the front page is about the great exhibition, public experiments, and demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, and culture exhibits from around the globe. It's so positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. And then back here is about those two. It belongs to Enoch Driver. It exploded. It crashed down with the victim inside into the causing damage to its base.
Objection!
I tried that already, didn't I? Nothing else makes sense to me. What, are we trying to say that she didn't stab him? What she said about stabbing him wasn't true? What would it be? Like the helmet? I don't know. But it feels like this, no?
Objection!
No. I tried that already too, no? Honestly, I might just search this one up, but I don't know. I don't want to because this is the last one. This is the last testimony, but like none of it makes sense to me. Had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which is my job. The actual cause of death was a neck trauma. 30 feet up. The actual body of the victim was indicated in the notes instructions was beneath the experimentation stage. Waxwork in the note inside the waxwork in the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. I enlisted the adjust the scene appropriately. Okay, let's see. So that's her story. She admitted everything revealed for her. I wonder if there's... Well, I don't know, but I have a feeling. No, the truth is I find it strange too. Oh, those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure that they're still trying to hide something. But like what? You know what? But the fact that he was still alive? The only thing that I can think of, right, is that he was still alive during the what is it called? He was still alive like when he fell, right? Have I presented this already? Nope. Well, I have now. Hello, I'm back. Time loop number 24. Clothing of the professor, right? That does make sense. That does make sense. The head of Madame Two Spells. Doesn't this feel significant? Doesn't it? This feels significant, but I just can't tell what. Like, why would the head come off specifically?
Objection.
You know what I mean? Like, why is the head separate from, you know what I mean?
Objection.
Do we just go down the line? I mean, that would just be the same as like looking up a walkthrough, no? I at least want to think about this logically. Poking through the grill of the base, or remains of the kinesis machine. Newspaper containing various articles about the world-leading science and technology. On the show? Okay. No. Can't find anything. Oh, shit. Where's the make big button? Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Oh. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Well, yeah, he used this to shoot the balloon. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma. So we could either say that this isn't right? Or that it was... Or that it was, what? It wasn't her that stabbed him, right? Those are the two things. I can't imagine. I seriously don't know, dude. Mr. Drebber would receive 30% of all remunerations. Remunerations? The government grants. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this rate on the condition that both contracted parties are alive.
Objection!
Nope. I'm just like firing a gun at like. Do I just search it out? I really don't want to, but like, you know what? Yeah. I just don't know. You know what I mean? Trial part 1, trial part 2, trial part 3. Camera. What?
Hold it!
Hold up. It doesn't make sense to me. Also, didn't I do the exactly? No, I did the other one. No, this doesn't make sense to me, dude. If it really ends this way, I'm not gonna be happy. Because it doesn't make sense. I think I'm already upset that I can't like get it, and it doesn't make sense to me. So it's the other one. It's what she did, right? I stood over the... I don't understand. Why is it this? This really does tick me off, actually. Please.
Objection!
I don't get it. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What's the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it, it's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph, or is the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Yeah, Ryunosuke, where? Okay, what's the statement? I stood over the victim's corpse, where it lay in the toppled cage, and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Is it the blood? It's cause the blood is going down. Right? It's cause the blood is going down.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain. Oh, that's actually so smart. Okay. I didn't even think of that. That's amazing. Wait, okay. I'm kind of down with this. I would have never gotten this, by the way. Okay. I'm okay with this. It clearly extends downwards towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim had been stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was sent to motion, that's entirely expected. Of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stabbed Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was when he was laying down. Was after the grand deception was sent to motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. And from the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had
had been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in this position, the blood from the wound would have spread equally in all directions. For it to have formed in a longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable.
Wow. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication.
Wait, and then this goes into the whole he wouldn't have been able to get his neck snapped. He was still alive.
I knew it. I was right. I've now identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe? You claim that you were coerced into helping Dr. Drebber, or Mr. Drebber, as a result of the note that he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Fucking tell us! You've been duping time for 30 minutes and you haven't... And now we're getting to the truth and you're holding out on us?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation, and now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story has you like in contradiction to her statement?
What, how she was coerced? It was no... She did do that, and she faked the autopsy. So, oh, it was being coerced.
Dr. Scythe, you clearly weren't being really coerced by the letter at all.
What?
If you were, where's the note?
It's nowhere to be seen!
That as maybe.
And why don't you present it to the court if your assertion it vexes you?
Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest.
Counsel, I need to remind you that this is you yourself who established the coercion. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Shit. Oh, I felt so smart! Oh, no. Fucking... She didn't fake the autopsy report.
You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it?
I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say.
The truth is that you had your subordinates do the work for you and you authored the report. And then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit for yourself. Can you honestly say that that's not what happened?
Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened.
Fuck. God damn it.
Well, good. Yeah, glad to hear it.
Really? Wait, what? What was the other claim that we were like, she didn't do this? What was it?
You claim that you made changes to the scene to implicate the defendant.
So, wait, we're saying she didn't do that?
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events.
What?
If when the victim was stabbed, the blood would seep downwards, as it did, then we could be sure that the victim either had been sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in a position of his own accord.
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. And yes. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Mr. Dr. Courtney's side. That's crazy! Wow. Order. I don't know why I didn't connect the dots that, like, if he died from the fall, then yeah, Mr. Fucking Drebber is the killer, right? But I didn't connect that if the whole time where I was like, I don't think his neck broke. There's no way his neck could have broken in this thing, right? I don't know why that entire time I was just like, no, Enoch Drebber, then he couldn't have done it, right? Because he anticipated that entire thing. Order, can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, this trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. Your motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. Isn't it because he knew about the whole thing as well? He was the other guy who knew.
I'm rather relieved to say that it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. And I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints towards why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No. When you question what possible reason you could have had for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? I mean, it's either the whole thing was like she's been waiting, or she's been wanting to hide that secret the entire time, right? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. I wish I remembered, because that was like 3 weeks ago. There's a particular object that explains why... What? The screwdriver doesn't make sense. The scalpels. What scalpels? Did we look at scalpels yesterday? That's the only thing I can remember, right? Or that I can think of, right? The iron mask doesn't make sense. The screwdriver doesn't make sense at all. What? Is it the scalpels? I just fucking winged it. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You... come on now, out with it.
It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. But look at this thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensics investigation team's spending, I think.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems to be rather strange.
Really? Oh, in what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 a month.
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now that that's not scalpels themselves, that it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
Huh?
Aha! Oh, shit! He was extorting them. And yes, it's because he knows about the secret. Oh! This case became so interesting so fast. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may have well stumbled upon information that he was researching as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sei's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
My darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might to silence the Black Mare who knew your dark secret forever.
You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Whoa! Wow! What a chapter! Jesus! Really? As very little of a machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright, successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you for all these years. Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's all addle-brained mock scientists. Mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber. Whoa. Whoa.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it?
You admit that this was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it.
I did it all in the name of revenge.
Wow.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years ago. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where this very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
so your plan required you to abduct the particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up in my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. He had happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who had handled the bogus autopsy, being appointed head of the new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's wiles against him. For revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer.
Oh. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was the passion for his hypothesis, and you had no compunction to sacrificing his future to effect your revenge.
You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud.
Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in the exact same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
Lord Von Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She made great contributions to her profession over the years. It is really hard to swallow the truth. However, this is a topic for for some future occasion. For now, I'm Professor Harebrain.
Hey, I'm still here. Oh, yes?
It seems that a great deal more for to experiment. It seems that there was a great deal more to experiment than you realized. However, I think that we can assume that now that all the sordid details have been brought to light, this has been a long and profound trial. I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor,
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent.
And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened to him was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. But Von Zeke's, and the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and to work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Yo, fucking spit. You hear this, man? Yeah, fuck that guy. Everything that he had to say. Drebber was he didn't do the crime, but he did set up a death machine that didn't actually work. And he tried to act it out and coerce a member of police to work with him, right? And she ended up actually just killing him, period. Right? But and it might have been smart from his point of view, but he's still an idiot. Everything he says about you, it's not true.
Oh. Thank you, Barrack.
That effort is laudable, not laughable. I like that line.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, my lord.
it is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume you have no objections?
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
Perry the Platypus! This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, easy. It's all over.
I have no idea what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize this place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Not guilty. Yay! Why is that waxwork still in here? Get him back to the museum. Still standing there in his coffin.
court is adjourned.
Wee. God, what a long... It's over. That was some trial. What a trial, man. Literally, yeah, actually. What a layered... How layered is that? 24th of October, 4:33 p.m., the Old Bailey, the defendant's antechamber. We've been here for 7 hours, actually. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How could I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, if I had that research grant money, I'd give you a whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough, do we?
Oh dear, what can I do? How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you gonna do now?
Oh my, yes, what am I gonna do? My hypothesis and my great machine line ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll just enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that.
Yeah. Lord Von Zeeks, what are you doing in here? This is the defendant's antechamber.
Barrack.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like the great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it in anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you showing me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we've left university, so we have a lot to catch up on.
What, is he gonna ask him to leave?
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But now, wait, hold on a minute, Berg. What about the exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Beric.
Lord Von Zeeks? What's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met up with Lord Von Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yeah, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, thinking that it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as prosecutor.
Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with the close personal friend.
But Beric.
Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in that? Goodness, was that your intention all along then, Lord Von Zeeks?
Yes. He just said it.
In court, where people think of him as a Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
Time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once all the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We'd have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. He did this last time too. Like at the end of the first game, he was like, "You remind me of someone," and I'm like, "Who?"
The enigma, Beric Von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then.
We're just standing at our benches. We're yelling at each other from across the room. Again. Yeah. The 24th of October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh. Everyone's here.
So, are you satisfied? You save a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from.
Yes, please. Please tell us.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
Also, why you have one of them as your disciple right now?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
Is the professor Japanese?
He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was my everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledges and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikoto well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, it was when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere, and there was no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And then in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Von Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to a killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place. Dark place indeed.
Just like
I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon as ceased to be such a mystery. He was one of the Nipponese. He'd been hiding in plain sight all along. Yes.
in plain sight.
Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and the Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded, and the leaders of both countries were in deep, extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations would have very well ended up at war.
What? A war between the British and Japan? Japan? Wait, would that mean? Oh, you mean to say the professor was? Open up that mask, baby. I want to see it. Oh shit. Oh.
Conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
This is so cool, actually.
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before
Wow.
was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Uh-oh. Kazuma, you need a kiss, buddy? Is he like your father? Wait. Oh, look at him. Oh, it is.
What? Father?
Whoa. He's. Whoa. Wait.
Kazuma!
Is he gonna have a scar under the bandana? Or not the bandana,
Kazuma Asogi.
under his bandana? It is bandana.
Finally, his memories returned.
Kazuma! Oh, shit!
There before me.
Look how cool he is. Wow. Whoa. Kazuma, your eyes are different.
Ryunosuke.
Aww.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
What?
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks
This is so. Shit!
for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then,
He got parted from it.
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
This.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Kazuma-sama.
Yo, Two Spells is not gonna be happy about that.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Whoopsies.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Holy shit.
So, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling that there was something there. Some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Ziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. Excuse me. Too much wine. But his legacy won't just die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me when I asked.
Shit, dude, you almost got me to cry again, man. It played the music and everything. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. There we were met with my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever been able to see him. Poor Sasato. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took some time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. My father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met. He considered him a friend, though, still?
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many,
The beginning!
the start of a new one.
Yay! Kazuma's back! The fucking this chapter just... Like, these moments alone just fucking skyrocketed this chapter to, like, infinity, man. It did! Seriously! Oh my god! Twisted Karma and his last bow. Oh, that's amazing! That's so... he's back! Kazuma! I was gonna say Karma. I can't believe it! Yo! Fucking... Alright, I was gonna be like, this chapter was okay. Like, the start of it wasn't amazing. Or, let's be frank, most of the case was very, like, It was very picky. I don't know. I don't know if I like that more about the game or not, right? That it started being very, like, minuscule with, like, the way you have to read it sometimes. But, like, now that I've kind of get it and I've experienced it, like, yeah, I understand it. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. But man, Kazuma! Seriously, that's the biggest thing for me. He's back, and like that whole cutscene and the way they presented that entire thing, that was so good.
Seriously, I wanted to say more, but I just couldn't. I was just fucking watching it like a bumbling idiot. Oh, he's back. He's back. And it again like puts into question like why like what does Cosmo want with his father back in Great London? He obviously doesn't like his father that much. Mikotoba still considers him a friend though. We have to think about that. Professor Mikotoba still considers the professor, quote unquote, is a friend, right? We learned about Von Zeke's why he hates the new punies, right? Oh, but man, the actual chapter itself, while the start to like the middle was very like it felt very obvious, right? It was like, oh, Drebber did it. As soon as you introduce Scythe, I only wished. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I wish Scythe had been like introduced more or like it was getting like picked apart more. You know what I mean? And that we got more like kind of not foreshadowing, but like more context and like in motivation, right? Like I think one of the biggest things that they could have done is like introduce a piece of evidence from Dr. Scythe's like office, right? But yeah, I think that would have spoiled the kind of surprise. Because let's be frank, Dr. Scythe's involvement in the entire thing, or her spinning it, right, was such a like a 30-minute, like a final 30-minute thing, like a 30-minute twist. And it was like, this just made it so complicated, you know what I mean? And I couldn't wrap my head around that. I really couldn't. I always thought it was Drebber. I really did. And to be fair, they were constantly saying like, "Oh, both of them are hiding something." No, it was just the girl. It was just Scythe. So, oh man, I thought she was gonna play such a big role too. Honestly, I did. I thought she was gonna play a much bigger role than she did. Is the better way to put it. But yeah, gosh, what a good game. What a good chapter. I really do like the chapter. The ending made it kind of worth it. The whole thing worth it. I think it is my favorite chapter so far. I thought 2 was ass, if I'm being honest, and then 1 it had uniform Susato, so why wouldn't I like it? But yeah, gosh, that really got my heart pumping. Actually, really, it did. So I'm not gonna stall anymore because I actually do want to go and like eat. Because gosh, I've been here for too long. So that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. To go over my schedule, today is Thursday. We played some Great Ace Attorney, and then we'll play some more Great Ace Attorney next Thursday, and we'll start Chapter 4. Karma's Words and the Last Bow or something. Something like that. I think that's what it was called. So yeah, that'll be next time on Thursday. But that's not the actual next stream. Next stream will be on Saturday, actually. It'll 100% be on Saturday. And no canceling. It'll actually happen. And we'll play some Terraria. And we'll have fun with that. We'll sit down. We'll talk. We'll chill out. And that's the chill day where you get to talk to me. And you get to see me struggle. So yeah, that'll be Saturday, and then Tuesday will be Kingdom Hearts like normal, and that cycle will repeat itself. So yeah, that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed that. It is Hase Utahara, and I gotta leave, so I'm just gonna turn this off now, and I'm gonna go over here and then turn this on. Deuces, peeps. I'll see you when I see you guys again. Bye bye. Yeah.